All right. Friday night, party night. Ready to go. Look, I've even got a script of the first video I'm going to do for the old-fashioned. Is my WordPress posts drafts. The old-fashioned. Why it's king of the cocktails. Jesus Christ, my phone does stupid fuck. It fucking randomly, it just pops up and goes, oh, hey, look, I'm turning the ringer up to maximum. And it's like, why the fuck would you do that? So fucking weird. Yes, scripted. This is the book movie. The videos that are going to contribute to it are all going to be scripted. So let's set up. Titled The Old-Fashioned Cocktail. Why it's the king of cocktails. So I'm going to do the first talky bit, then pause, make the cocktail, then do the last talky bit. All right, let's get this happening. This is not really happening. Bet your life it is. Don't want that there yet. Get this tripod out. This is probably going to take about 10 minutes to record this first bit. That's my best anyway. And also, Shuki Sega, I don't know who else is here, but you're chatting already, which I love. I hope you like putting a bit of my personality into this one. I want the light. Turn on the sun. Let's go. Personality goes a long way. Okay. Oh wait, how are the batteries going on this? Do I need to replace them? Come on, Zoom. Come to life, Zoom. Nope, that looks okay. Oh, where's the book? Oh, it's so fun. I was going to reread this. I'll just reread this now. Repeating phrases. Can't do that. Bad writing. Bad. Hey, Heine and Celtic. You're going to get me yabbering for about 10 minutes. G'day, cocktail lovers. The old-fashioned is widely regarded as the most important of all cocktails, and that's for a good reason. It's been around since the beginning. Right, okay, don't fucking stumble, fuckhead. The old-fashioned is widely regarded as the most important of all cocktails, and for good reasons. After more than 150 years of cocktail history, the different fashions, the different trends, the old-fashioned was there at the start, and it's still front and center in the cocktail world now. It's a testament to simplicity and balance over flamboyance and overly complicated recipes. As this book is going to contain all my favorite cocktail recipes, it's only fair that the old fashioned is one of the first to go in there. It's my go-to cocktail. If I'm just going to sit back and I'm going to make myself an easy drink, it will be an old fashioned. It's that simple template of spirit, sugar, and bitters that just works every time. And honestly, even if someone was to wrongly assert that an old fashioned has to be whiskey, limiting yourself to whiskey, there's still more permutations of that simple template than you could possibly try out in your entire life. This isn't hyperbole, I mean it literally. Think about the thousands of whiskies that exist around the world, then the different types of sugars you could use, and then all the different types of bitters. When you swap those permutations out, even without splitting the base between different whiskies, that's going to be in the millions, the tens of millions, if not more, combinations of spirit, sugar, bitters, and you've still got a unique drink. This is what makes the old fashioned such a great cocktail to me. That template is not a restriction, it's a map, it's a guide to basically limitless experimentation and exploration. Look, I've seen some really creative and extravagant presentations of an old fashioned, usually involving smoke or fire or quite intricate combinations of ingredients. I'm going to keep it pretty simple in here, but the old fashioned, it's what you make of it. Take the sugar. What sugar are you going to use in the old fashioned? That is not a trivial question. It might seem that way, but there is a huge amount of flexibility. Sugars with different flavors, and also the way you use sugar in the cocktail. The two main ways people use sugar in an old fashioned is either a sugar syrup or solid sugar, a sugar cube or granulated sugar, and that will be in the bottom of the glass. If you're doing the if you're doing the granulated sugar approach, the standard way to do it is the sugar's in the bottom of the glass, you do a few dashes of bitters, probably a splash of soda water, then muddle that so you've turned the sugar into a paste, and then you'll add the drink and the ice to that. The sugar won't completely dissolve, and the drink will be at different levels of sweetness as you work through it. And that's what some people like. Even the little grit of sugar at the end of the drink, that's the way some people like it. Me, I go for sugar syrup. I go for the sugar syrup not just to avoid the I go for the sugar syrup not just to avoid the granules of sugar in my drink, but because you can infuse a whole range of flavors into sugar syrup. My favorite homemade brown sugar syrup, it's infused with all the traditional cooking spices like nutmeg, cinnamon, star anise, cloves, all sorts of things, whatever you've got. And I will be making another video giving a detailed explanation of how to do this. But this is my favorite. It's one of the favorite things I've ever made. I suppose if I'm going to talk about ways to build an old-fashioned, I have to mention Wisconsin style. Look, I don't want to cause trouble. I don't want to dictate to people, but why? I mean, I hear the people in Wisconsin are lovely, really friendly, welcoming, hospitable, great. Why are you doing that and calling it an old-fashioned? You know, I want to make it clear. I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed. It isn't even muddling the fruit in the drink that bothers me. You can do that in an old-fashioned. It can add an interesting aspect to it. But in Wisconsin, they add soda, flavored soda, and not a splash, like a lot. That isn't an old-fashioned. Give it its own name. Call it, wow, a brandy lowball or something. Okay, well, moving on. That is a lost nomenclative battle. Just, Wisconsin, take a good hard look at yourself in the mirror. For this video, I toyed with doing one of the more complex combinations of ingredients for an old-fashioned. I'm going to keep it fairly simple, but I'm going to have a bit of fun. Shit balls. Oh, that's okay. I can do this tomorrow. It doesn't matter. The base whiskey I'm going to use is one of my favorite, Starward's Nova Single Malt. It's 40% ABV, average for whiskies, but it's good to have a bit more backbone in an old-fashioned, so I'll be combining it with what's basically my strongest whiskey, a Texas Single Malt from Balcones. Comes in at 66.7% ABV. When it comes to the bitters to use in an old-fashioned, aromatic bitters are the default, and Angostura is the default aromatic bitters, although makers around the world have their own take on aromatic bitters. But if you're looking to get a bit creative with the bitters in an old-fashioned, my top recommendations to try out are orange bitters, chocolate bitters, and walnut bitters. Oh, I didn't mean those individually, but you can use more than one. In fact, I think I'll do that. Enough talk, let's make our old-fashioned. In a mixing glass, I am adding 1.5 ounces or 45 mils of my Starward Nova Single Malt Whiskey, then half an ounce or 15 mils of Balcones Cask Strength Single Malt. Then I'm adding around 1/4 ounce or 7.5 mils of my spiced apple brown sugar syrup. I'm doing 2 dashes of aromatic bitters. Like I said, having a bit of fun, I'm going to throw in a dash of chocolate bitters as well. Add ice to the glass, stir that for at least 20 to 25 seconds to get it nicely chilled, and add a little dilution, and I'm straining that into a rocks glass over a big chunk of sexy clear ice. For a garnish, I like to go with the classic, express some orange oil over the top, wipe the rim with a peel and drop it right in, then add a maraschino cherry or 2 on a skewer. Okay. That's that. How long did that go for? 10 minutes. No, 11 minutes. Okay. Okay. Make the cocktail. Hey, look, I'm going to check in, see what you're all doing. What are we doing? Because I realized I have to go get the orange peel. Okay. We're talking about VPNs. Oh, you figured out how to change your name back. You might have to share that with people on the stream. Just been talking about VPNs. Nerd talk. That's what we like. Bunch of nerd talk. Fuck yeah. Nerd stream. Right. I'm going to disappear momentarily. Then I'm going to make my old fashioned. I have to do my extra cutaway shots tomorrow. I meant to do them this afternoon and I forgot. Okay, I'll be back in a second with my orange peel. Here we go, here we go, here we go. All right. Let's sit and chill. Yeah. I like it. This makes me look like an Essendon supporter. And if people glance at it quickly, they could even mistake that for the Bombers logo. Going to Supernova. I have not gone to any conventions in yonks because I'm old. All right. I'm doing professional videos with a script and everything. I'm going to trim my garnish. Trim my garnish, trim my garnish. Garnish. Ooh. And let's go cherry. Heine, most of my collection is DVDs. I've got hundreds of DVDs. I do have, I don't know, couple dozen. The fuck is that bird being so loud? Oh, there, a couple dozen Blu-rays. Sorry, what are we talking about? You got Frank Grillo. Oh, that's who's going to Supernova. Frank Grillo, Lou Diamond Phillips, Denise Richards, Ernie Hudson. Nice. I get the context for all of those people being there. Frank Grillo is just kind of cool. He's done so much. Currently in the Marvel universe. Like, yeah, he was an agent of Hydra, wasn't he? And now he's Rick Flag Sr.? Your Celebrity Zoo only has Billy Zane. Ah. Okay. That glass. Put that there. My cherries. Let's just put them here. Okay, getting ready. Because here I come now. Okay, get my whiskeys, Nova and Balcones. I reckon I'm going to empty this one of Balcones. Never met a man who made me feel the way that you do. So right. That's out of sight. I've never actually put a lot of thought into blending whiskies in an old-fashioned. Which ones I would like the most. Where is my chocolate bitters? That looks like it. No, that is celery bitters. Where the fuck is my chocolate bitters? Son of a bitch. Chocolate mole. Let's fucking go. Okay. Get the lid off this. Right. So, I said we're going to do 45 mils of this, didn't I? Oh, yes. And, sorry, it's a dog blowing in the fucking wind here. Okie dokie. Artichokey. Get the GoPro. Okay, and our bright light for the close up. All right. Okay. Oh, yeah, like that. It's the boot right. Let's go. Make our cocktail with the Nova and the Texas tea. Sugar syrup. That's probably heat. 2 dashes of aromatic. 1 dash of chocolate. Put some aromatic on my hand. Now I smell good. Okay. So do that. Put some lids on things as a precaution. That's way too close. What did I do? All right. We put the ice in the glass and stir it all up. The ice in the glass and we stir it all up. Da. Okay. Let's stir this. Get a jolly good stir. Just keep stirring. Okie doke. Glass. Okay. Over there. Yeah. Twist. Drop that in there. And our cherries. All right. Cocktail made. I'll do my last talking bit, then take a picture for a thumbnail. Bring this out. Almost done. Jackie fucking Chan, how you doing? It's that pop song from the 90s when Jackie Chan was still kind of cult rather than mainstream. Don't even really remember that tune. Just that the song existed. Okay, that's ready. Is this ready? That's ready. All right, very good. What the fuck was this doing? Like, what the fuck? Did I really do that? Ah! And there we have our old-fashioned, classic, easy to make, a range of possibilities. I have to admit, I've not made this combination before, so I'm going to give it a taste. As I expected, that works really quite well. Just that little bit of the stronger whiskey gives it a bit more oomph. And I mean, I don't know about you, but I like oomph in my life. That's a technical term, if you've never heard it. So this is my little take on the old-fashioned. Nothing outrageous. You can do some quite involved and creative ones. People are coming up with great variations of old-fashions all the time. So never be afraid to experiment. Never listen to anyone who tells you, that's not an old-fashioned because you didn't do this whiskey or you didn't do that. That's how they sound. The people who try and gatekeep, that's how they sound. That's all I hear. That's all I hear. And when I see their comments, when they do, in my head, I hear a voice going, so pay no attention to people with weird voices like that. That's all I'm saying. Make yourself an old-fashioned whenever you feel like it, however you feel like it. It's a great drink. It's a classic for a reason. Never lets you down. Well, I'm sure you could come up with something that would let you down. Generally speaking, doesn't let you down. I hope you don't feel let down by this. I'll be back again soon. Cheers. All right. Time to sit down and chat. Oofty. Okay. Switch a couple of things off. Okay. Okay, now I am just remembering to do a thumbnail. This fucking thing needs to get out of the way. It's too close. Put this lid on this jar. Put this old-fashioned in there. Now what I'm going to do, cheeky, just fill the glass up a little bit. Got my barrel-aged old-fashioned here. Just put a cheeky pour in there. There we go. Okay, yet again, I'm lying on the internet. Don't ever go onto my channel and tell people I'm lying. Would spoil the illusion. Because So I don't know if you're aware of this, but people on the internet assume everyone who makes YouTube videos is always telling the truth. It'd be shocking if they learned any different. So he goes, thumbnail. Do a portrait style one. All right. Why did the fucking ring it? This phone's fucking with me. It just randomly puts the ringer up to maximum volume. What the fuck is that about? Apple, what are you fucking doing to me? Okay, turning myself. Moving this out of the way. Settling down for a while at least. I did have an idea for maybe a short video tonight. I don't know if I'm going to be motivated to do it, but we'll see. Do you know what? Just in case, I'll tip that in there. And I'm going to come and sit down. See what's going on. I was momentarily confounded. I didn't know where my drink was. There it is. Oh, nice. Take obscure movies to the celebs to get signed and they trip the fuck out. Yeah. I could see how that would be fun, actually. And hey, Jackie, it's old-fashioned. Well, you know now, since you've typed the comment, it's been super obvious. I'm doing old-fashioned. Fuck yeah, old-fashioned. That's what I'm talking about. Fucking love an old-fashioned. Damn. I was kind of disappointed that I wasn't super into the Carajillo old-fashioned. Because if I was, I would have done it for this video because everyone's talking about the Carajillo old-fashioned. And I didn't hate it. And that's coming as a not coffee drinker because it has a coffee liqueur in it. And I think coffee drinkers would love it. Safa, you got a server error. Oh, that's interesting. Ability tornado with Bruce Campbell and Ernie Hudson behind a bunch of people with the Crow and Ghostbusters. And he's grinning from ear to ear. I bet. Nice. No, it's either that, and they're going to remember that. Fucking tasty old-fashioned. Ooh, I was going to decant my barrel-aged gin, the gin I have been barrel-aging. No, Jackie, going to war with Denmark over Greenland would be ridiculous. I mean, surely deep down, or even just below the surface, everyone in the Trump regime, including Trump, knows what he's saying is fucking ridiculous. So it's the whole thing of, like with the tariffs, just like say and perhaps do something quite extreme and then pull back from it. Because it would literally be an act of war. It's ridiculous. She got a laugh about the laser disc. Oh yeah, a laser disc is another nice touch, actually, definitely. Also, talking about the parking thing. Yeah, I'd go with don't talk about the common area. I'd say don't block the driveway. Here's the thing: if this person's just going to be a fuckwit, you're in for a world of pain. Uh, it's going to be shit no matter what you do. And yeah, you need to call the local police station and say, hey, there's a non-resident car parking across the driveway, blocking entry and exit from the street. So, but yeah, if someone's just going to be a fuckwit, it's going to be damn. It's going to be painful. I mean, I've had all sorts of ridiculous shit happen in the past. And sometimes you just shit out of luck. I called the cops once. This was so long ago when I was in Sydney, like 30 years ago, longer. Someone parked right across my driveway. And it was for a church service. There was a church just up the road, and this very unchristian person completely fucking blocked my driveway. And these cops were super unhelpful. Oh, it's got a ticket. And I was like, Jesus fucking Christ! They didn't want the paperwork. That's the whole thing about. I always laugh at people who, if you mention all cops are bastards. They go, oh, well, you'd be in trouble when you call the help. Cops are rarely of any fucking help. But anyway, good spirit. Hello, how are you? Good day to you. I am doing fine. Thank you. I hope you're well as well. And yes, Safra, it's super fucking windy here. Like, some of the gusts of wind were pretty goddamn impressive, quite honestly. Oh, that's pretty fucking good. I am thinking of doing a short video. Another old-fashioned variation, actually, that I had in my... What the... Jesus Christ. Fucking... Difford's Guide is just getting so hostile to use it. On one level, I don't blame him. Like, he's been doing this content for ages, well over a decade, maybe over 2 decades. I don't know when he first set up the website, and gets used by millions and millions of people. And so he's got a premium option now, and you still get most of the stuff non-premium, but you just get incredibly intrusive ads. Just blocking your ability to use the site. So it's like an incredibly hostile move. Okay, that's how you do it. I was just looking at how they suggest serving this one. It's an old-fashioned, but they suggest serving it up. Okay. Shake. Shaking pisco, brandy, creme de cacao, and sugar. What are we doing here? So he claims this actually benefits from the additional dilution of shaking. Huh. Huh, I say. Huh. And serve it up. Well, maybe I'll do that. I don't know. Neighbor said you call real estate That's fucking insane. Again, okay, this person's just being an asshole. No, I don't use AirPods, but why would that? I do have Bluetooth headphones, the bone induction ones. Are you saying they do it? Wait, what the fuck is this? Oh, that's the lights. That was tripping me out. I was going, what the fuck is connected by Bluetooth? It's my lights. And my Bluetooth headphones are not connected. But I just see it sometimes. Like I have the phone on and the little thing comes up like, oh, ringer. And the volume thing for the ring goes, what the fuck is that about? Like I have it on minimum. I do not want to get woken up by a super loud alarm. Good spirit. Don't know if you happen to remember way back, told you planning on building. Oh, mobile home built out of a bus. Oh, is this where you're going to do the big reveal that you've done it? Oh, it was going to be a bus, but now you're building it out of a cargo van. Nice. Hello, Madam Butterfly. Happy Friday to you. Trump dastardly. Piggy smells worse than a pig. Sure. Also, I have to admit to some cynicism on mentioning Trump in the name at the stream. I am trying to get trolls in here. Safa, yes, iPhones have like do not disturb mode. Oh, goody, Spirit, please send me pics. I'm always fascinated by projects like that. Are you on the Discord, Goody Spirit? I will put the link, the invite if you're not. Because I love seeing pictures of people's projects like that. So yes, so it's not really Trump impeachment day. It's not the day he was impeached. It was the day the impeachment, I think, was passed by Congress, and so it was sent to the Senate, who of course rejected it because the Republicans had a majority there. But anyway, Kirsty, see who oppresses the foreigner and the widow and the fatherless. I do love that you're quoting the Bible against people who claim to be Christians who have definitely never read the Bible and definitely go la 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 at all the Bible passages that explicitly say they're going to hell. And hello, Justin, by the way. Yum. I think I will make this other cocktail just as a short, just because I like the sound of it and I want to try it. Well, yes, Trump dastardly. Like I said, if you read the actual Bible, like the New Testament, the teachings of Jesus, there are multiple passages that make it explicit. They're not going to heaven. They're going to the other place. And there is not a single passage that justifies their disgusting, cruel, despicable, greedy behavior. I find it very funny. I love it. Trump does it. Yeah, I'm with you, man. You quote Bible verses that explicitly and unequivocally condemn the behavior of the Trumpelos, but it's freaky how many of them fool themselves. Oh yeah, actually, interesting question. Fidelity. Trump dastardly. Are you in the US of A? That's not a judgmental question, by the way. We have friends in the USA. This is just a friendly inquiry, essentially. Because we like to know who we're talking to. And we like to talk to all sorts of people. Anyone who's not a boring dick, basically. Jackie Chan, if Trump goes forward with the Greenland shit, Putin will use. Oh, but he can't. All I'm saying is he cannot possibly. Like they keep making threats about taking control of Greenland by force of arms because it was like 85% of the population doesn't want to be controlled by America. He can't do it. Like breaking international law to kidnap a South American head of state, that's quite extreme. But that's in South America. You can get away with that. You shouldn't be able to, but you can. But to Europe, you can't do that. That's right. Yeah. Okay. Goodies in the US. Madam Butterflies in the US. Mm. Okie dokie doo. You know what? I am going to really quickly do a short video. This cocktail is called a Pini, Pini, which is not a great name for anyone who's got a juvenile sense of humor, or a very good name for someone who's got a juvenile sense of humor. What is the history of this drink? Originate in London in the early 2000s. There you go. This is not the third video. I did the first video in 2 parts. Thought of taking Greenland should have impeached third. It's ridiculous. Would end NATO. Yeah, no, and you're right. Yeah, it would be a threat to US military assets. It cannot happen. Won't I look like a complete Wally if it does? Yeah, well, of course, and I'm with you, good spirit, 100. But of course, impeachment is neither a legal nor moral thing. It is a political thing. It only happens if the people who don't like what's happening have the numbers. So yeah, you could convict Trump of 100 criminal offenses because he's fucking guilty of 100 criminal offenses, and that won't get him impeached. The only thing that will get him impeached is if a sufficient number of people in both the Congress and Senate agree that he should be impeached and vote for his impeachment. Always important to remember. Like, I think he's an absolute piece of shit and should definitely be impeached because he's a fucking criminal. Not just that I don't like him, and I don't like him. Not that I just don't like his policies. I don't like his policies. It's that he is actively engaged in multiple criminal activities. Just a freakish number of criminal activities, from corruption through to unconstitutional deployment of federal forces. It's just ridiculous how many laws he's breaking. Justin, I think what you're saying is completely outlandish there. What do you mean if Trump tried? It's not if Trump tries, it's if the Republican machine tries. And at the moment, the Republican machine controls everything. They control the executive branch, the legislative branch, and the judicial branch. And so they control the army. There would not be a coup. That's just not real. That is not real. And again, impeachment is not based on the level of wrongdoing. It is based purely on political will. And I see zero political will from the Republican Party to adhere to the rule of law. Oh my God, soldiers pledge their allegiance to the Constitution. Sorry, it's just gloriously naive what you're saying. Yeah, US soldiers never do anything illegal, like invade a sovereign country and abduct the leader of that country, kill a bunch of people while doing it, uh, in absolute breach of international and military law. Yeah, US soldiers never do anything illegal. They always reject illegal orders. Jackie, that is also an important differentiation. Impeachment does not mean removing him by definition. It's usually a step along the way to removal, but it doesn't mean removal by definition. Oh yeah, the Project 2025 shit. They're all just fucking crazy. They are all psycho authoritarians who want to be autocrats running the world, not just the United States. They want to be autocrats running the world. They want to have no law or constitution constraining them. Is the core thing of fascism. A system of laws that protects an in-group and constrains an out-group, but it does not constrain the in-group and it does not protect the out-group. It's just they're pieces of shit is what it comes down to. Anyway, I'm going to make this two different sorts of brandy. Pisco, which is a great brandy. Actually, I think all my brandies are great brandies. I do have an apple brandy. But let's just fucking do this. Okay, we put the whiskies back. We're done with the whiskies. And now we're moving on to the brandies. White creme de cacao and sugar syrup. Okay, putting the bitters away. No bitters in this. Okay. You could probably benefit from some bitters. Let's just put that in there. Putting the bitters away. I got a stupid amount of bitters. Even I think it's excessive. Won't stop me from getting more though. Nobody can stop me. Yeah, I'm going to make it first. Okay. What was the main Pisco? I have an Australian version of Pisco, which is made by a Chilean who moved to Australia. Pisco is really actually Peruvian. Oh man, I would get into such a fight with Peruvian about this. Not least, my fucking accountant is Peruvian and he loves Pisco. He gets super mad about this. I better never tell him I've got an Australian version of Pisco that was made by a Chilean. White creme de cacao. Yeah, okay. 5 mils of sugar syrup. So, do this. Okay. Got all the bits and pieces together. Okay, getting stuff together. White creme de cacao. Pisco. 50 mils of Pisco. Okie doke. Let's fucking go. Simon Difford and his fucking finicky measurements. Okay, and away we go. We have Pisco. We have brandy. We have white creme de cacao. That is way too much, buddy. A little over pour I can go for, but double, not so much. Okie dokie, dokie doo. Okay, we are putting this in a glass. Ugh. Okay, just about ready to go. So is this where I want it to be? Okay, let's go. Oh, the metal is painfully cold. That's usually a good sign. Let's strain this sucker in. And put the garnish on. Oops, that's not what I meant to do really, but that's okay. Now, the talky bit, and because this is a short, this is probably only going to take me 2 minutes, maybe 3 minutes. Let's see how I go. See how they run. Hey Greg, how you going? See you wandering there, my man. Just gonna quickly shoot this. Is this ready? That looks ready. G'day cocktail lovers. This is called a Pini. P-I-N-I. No cheap laughs to be had there. This is essentially an old-fashioned variation with a mixed brandy base. It has Pisco, which is a South American grape-based brandy, and Cognac, which is a French grape-based brandy. And it's sweetened with white creme de cacao and sugar syrup. So you can see, like, oh yeah, that's an old-fashioned. I found it on the Difford's Guide website, and he recommends shaking it and serving it up. Quite unusual for an old-fashioned. But he said this particular one benefits from additional aeration and dilution from the shake. And I may have differences of opinion with Simon Difford, but it would be foolish for me to say I know more than him. So here we go. But let's taste it. Ooh, this is light and sweet, much lighter than a whiskey old-fashioned. If you find whiskey old-fashions a bit tough going, I think you might like this. I'll show you how to make it. In a shaker, put 50 mils or 1 1/3 ounces. No, wait, how much is that? 1 2/3. Stupid measurements, Simon Difford. And now there's a car going past, so. In a shaker, put 1 2/3 ounces or 50 mils of Pisco, then half an ounce or 50, I cannot say words, not even drunk. I'm going to go from stuff. There's another car. In a shaker, put 1 2/3 ounces or 50 mils of Pisco, then half an ounce or 15 mils of cognac, then a quarter of an ounce, or around 7.5 mils of white creme de cacao, and then just around a bar spoon or 5 mils of sugar syrup. Add ice to the shaker, shake that for 10 to 15 seconds to chill and dilute the drink. And I'm straining that into a chilled Nick and Nora glass and garnishing it with some maraschino cherries on a skewer. It definitely has that old-fashioned vibe, but like I said, it is lighter and sweeter. It might even benefit from a dash or two of bitters. I might do that off camera. If you're at home, feel free to experiment yourself, but it's not at all bad. It's like I said, it's a very gentle, sweet drink. If you're feeling like an easygoing cocktail, the Peony might be for you. Cheers. Fucking Peony, honestly. Okay. Makes me want to tell a story that I've told before about the young'uns. I'll just get ready and then I'll tell the story. Because even if you've heard it before, I think it's a really funny story. Okay. Now, where is that gone? I think there's a little residual in the shakers. Every drop counts. As the actress said to the, oh God, I didn't put the lids on things. You've got to put the lids on things. Disaster will ensue. Okay. This, that, and the other. Okay. And I'm going to put it back in my old-fashioned glass. And I am going to put some bitters in it. Let's go. Hello, Eviscerate. How are you doing? You're also missing the point. What's the numbers if you want to make 4.5 liters? What numbers are we talking about? I'm lost. You might have been saying something else in comments when I was up making the cocktail. Yes, I'm drinking my own Peony and not a bartender's. All right. So again, the cheap laugh of the Peony cocktail reminds me the young, like when they were very young, like, you know, under 80. Oh, you want to know mixed quantities? What? How many ounces would 4.5 liters be? I'll do a quick bit of maths in my head, which will probably be wrong. So 45 mils is an ounce and a half. So 4.5 liters is 100 times that. So that's 150 ounces. See, then you got to get into pints and shit, which I know nothing about. 150 fluid ounces, if my very quick in my head maths is right. You need it in cc's, cubic centimeters. Yeah, no, but okay, but cc's is 4.5 liters would be 4,500 cc's. Am I doing much this weekend? Or are you asking Greg if he's doing much this weekend? Like Doritos more than cc's. Okay, so silly innuendo story with the youngins. When they're young, and I'm talking about, you know, they're like between 5 and 8 years old. You know, they would refer to their PP. And we were getting fish and chips one night from a takeaway. And for anyone, this might not be universal, but my experience is a lot of Australian fish and chip shops have posters on the wall of different marine life, not necessarily stuff that gets eaten in the fish and chip shop, but all the different marine life, the sharks, the fish, the anemones. And we were waiting for our fish and chips, and it's a big, colourful poster, and they liked it. And they were like, oh, and this was like, I don't know, they weren't, oh, God, they're probably really, because I don't think they were reading that well, because it's like, what's that? You know, that's a shark. What's that? That's a John Dory. What's that? That's a brim. And then they point to this little shellfish and they go, what's that? And I said, that's a pippy, and which is a colloquial name for a particular sort of small shellfish get here. And because I said pippy, they hear it as pee-pee and they think it's hilarious. They just started laughing. They go, oh, okay. I said, no, it's called a pippy. And they're like, okay. And so then while we're waiting for our fish and chips, they just kept going like, what's that? That's an orange roughy. What's that? Yeah, that's a barramundi. And then it's like they put a lot of real thought into it and go, what's that? Okay, it's a pippy. And then just crack up laughing. And we were there, we're like waiting 10 minutes for our fish and chips. They did not get bored with doing this like 20 times over 10 minutes. They thought it was the funniest thing ever. Which is one of the great strengths of little kids, is they're incredibly easily amused. Nice eviscerate. See, that would have made my young'uns laugh. Why don't crabs share things? Because they're shellfish. Are they shellfish? They're crustaceans. What's the definition of shellfish? Now I'm getting myself bogged down into fucking semantics. Just appreciate the dad joke. I liked it. It's the same story I've told, like when we were driving to Dubbo one Christmas and it was particularly dry, and we we're going through this farmland that was dead flat. This was somewhere near the border of New South Wales and Victoria. It was just dead flat and featureless, and the fields had all been ploughed up and there's nothing planted. So it's just dirt. All you could see in any direction was just flat dirt, and there were no features. And we had been playing I Spy, and they're like, can we play some more I Spy? And I went, there's nothing outside. The only thing outside is dirt. And they said, can we play anyway? And I went, okay. And I went, I spy with my little eye something beginning with oh, and I thought about it for ages. And D. And they laughed, but then they'd go, is it a donkey? Like, no, it's not a donkey. Yeah. Is it a dog? No, it's not a dog. And they'd go, is it dirt? Oh, yes, dirt. And they'd laugh hysterically. And we did this for half an hour. Hello, Laura, by the way. I was just finishing that little story that I think I've told 100 times on streams. But anyway. Oh, that's better with aromatic bitters, honestly. Yum. Oh, the cinnamon and the aromatic bitters. That is actually really nice. Okay, that just elevated the peony. It's a spicy peony now. Cinnamon spicy peony. Deep sigh. Ooh, everyone's learning to fix their usernames. Yeah. If anyone hasn't worked it out, yeah, that actually does deserve all caps, Safa. I haven't seen Laura for ages. I hope you have been well, Laura. Yeah, it's like a no-brainer. Charlie's like, oh, an old-fashioned that doesn't have bitters in it. Surely it would be improved by bitters. 2 dashes for aromatic bitters. Yep, that's actually much better. It was good. It was light and sweet. Now it's got that cinnamon thing going on. No, it was worth the all caps, Safa. I wasn't being sarcastic. I genuinely was not being sarcastic. Well, you're very excited to see Laura, and why not? Because we haven't seen Laura for a while. So it's worth an all caps welcome. Controversial take, but you know what? I'm not afraid of controversial takes. And sometimes you need all caps. Just saying. It is what it is. Okay, am I going to be super responsible? Wait, is it already 9/11? Man, I must have spent so much time making that video. I got to do the cutaway shots tomorrow because I have to admit I'm really hooked on the bottle sliding in shots that I did for the first video. I'm going to do those for all the videos. I just like them. And I won't do them tonight because it's too much fucking around. I think it'd be boring for the stream. I'll just do them tomorrow. And Abigail's here too. I love some pizza right about now. Funk Soul Brother. Went away for 3 weeks to see a friend for Christmas. Ride on trains. Nice train nerd stuff. Nice. What's my spicy Star Trek take? I don't even fucking remember. Also, good question. When am I going to get my laptop? This close. Got this close to it this week, but it just didn't happen. So I'm having pineapple pizza. I cooked up mushroom, onion, sausages tonight. Fucking great it was. Like, cooked it for long enough that the onions caramelized, so it was sweet. Fucking yummy. Justin, you got a cold, snuggling in bed with your weighted panda. Nice. That's living the goddamn life, Justin. Yeah, no, the aromatic bitters gives the peony more character. Oh, and coincidence, Charlie and Sophie getting Hawaiian pizza tonight too. Nice. I haven't had a pizza in ages. I've been doing all my sort of microwave foods and whatnot and just make my own food. Fucking love pizza. Oh, there's actually a really good pizza well, there's a couple of good pizza places in my area, and the kind of I go to them, the different ones, for different reasons. There's one that does these really fucking yum calzones. Really like them. And there's another one that's a bit more sort of traditional Italian, run by Italians. But there's this one that's run by guys. He's like Eastern European. He's a really interesting guy. But his pizza is a bit more artisan. So if I'm wanting an expensive artisan pizza, I'll go there. Jackie Chan, pineapple on pizza is good. What really rocks? Anchovies on pizza. Oh, I've got a psychological problem with anchovies, honestly. And I mean, Justin, I've seen some weighted stuffed animals. I don't know if I've seen the one you have. So for Aldi pizza? Yeah, no, I get supermarket pizza all the time. Oh, you added Starfleet Academy. Yeah, I've got a subscription to Prime, so I can watch it on that. Eviscerate, off to play June. Have fun. Well, it's party night, Eviscerate, so I'll be here longer than usual. How long? Who knows? Or you had pizza at your friends, which sucked. Okay. Flatbread with pizza topping. Oh, God. Yeah. No. Oof. If the base is not good, the base is really important. Oh, so, Abigail, yes, the calzone is pizza sandwich. It's basically... I feel like the first calzone was a clumsy person making a pizza, and they were carrying it, whoops, and it was splattered together. And I said, "Why is my pizza folded over?" I go, "No, it's meant to be like that. It's called calzone." But nothing's wrong with regular pizza, but this one local place makes particularly good calzones. Justin's getting a porter. I'm really jealous of everyone getting takeaway, man. Oh no, I'm going out for dinner tomorrow night. I don't need to get takeaway. I'm going out somewhere upmarket for dinner. That's a Parks and Rec. See, I don't know Parks and Rec well enough to get every single reference. I can see how that would be a Parks and Rec line. But I think maybe at some point I want to get fucking the artisan pizza from the Eastern European guy up the road. Ugh. Home for the Elderly. What was my spicy Star Trek take? I don't remember a spicy Star Trek take. I'll do more spicy Star Trek takes. Oh, you hear Calzone, you can't stop thinking about Parks and Rec. Oh, you're going to a show on Sunday. Nice stuff. What are you seeing? You can't believe you said, look, lukewarm, that's autocorrect doing that thing for you. So we got also references to cones. Look, I have to admit, of course, because, sort of having druggy friends where cones was about hitting the bong. And it was always, I'm one of the people who finds it funny that Americans call chemists drug stores. It's like, wow, they're just advertising. You could just go in there to get your drugs. I took a picture, like way back in the 90s when I was in the States, because it's like at a shopping mall, and it was not just a drugstore, big sign saying drugstore, but they sold ice cream. And so it said drugstore, cones, 50 cents. And I took a picture, and when I got back to Australia, show it to my stoner friends. They were in hysterics that there was a drugstore that was selling cones for 50 cents. That's how you know your friends are real stoners, when they laugh hysterically. Oh God, these guys I knew at college who were mad stoners. I liked them, but they were mad stoners. And they would crack each other up. Back in the days when newspapers were a thing and jobs were advertised in the classifieds, the other stoner language was referring to packing a cone. And there would be ads for packers, which was people who were working in warehouses and whatnot, packing stuff into cartons. And there'd be all these jobs advertised for packers, and they would just cut the things out of newspapers and in lectures show them to each other and crack up laughing. Jobs for packers. And yes, Justin, Americans do find it funny that we call sandals thongs. Because yeah, like the source of the word thong is like, it's a strip. Like the original slingshots were a thong of leather, like the David and Goliath one where he put the stone in and that was a thong. And so it makes sense for both the G string, the thong, and the footwear, the thongs, because it's got a little thing, which just reminded me an out of context Batman comic from the olden days where there were all their mementos from things. And sometimes people fake these, saying, like, oh, didn't they used to say funny things back in the day? That sounds rude now, but it wasn't then. But this is a real one. Robin saying something to Batman like, he's talking about things that are in the Bat Museum, and it was something like, oh yeah, there's that leather thong that still has your teeth marks in it, which sounds incredibly raunchy, but it's like Batman and Robin being tied up. They were hanging from and there was a leather thong that Batman was holding on to with his teeth. But out of context, it sounds naughty. Laurie got a nice rum at Plymouth Market. Toffee rum liqueur. Nice. Got the giggles when you heard an American friend reference her. Fanny pack. Okay. See, that's an English thing. When I grew up, it was my parents' generation who referred to a vagina as fanny. My generation didn't. So I was extremely unfamiliar with it. So yeah, it was maybe American culture had penetrated to the point where, yeah, we just thought fanny was bum or something. But yeah, it was only kind of when I got to adulthood that I worked out, oh, the English say fanny is a vagina, and my parents' generation said that as well. So you get these weird crossovers. We have mostly the same slang as the English, but there are some variations. And now, we've got a global monoculture because of the internet. But yeah, it's like old school finding a fanny pack. Oh, my personal favorite is because fanny is also regarded as a really polite way to say bum. So G-rated American sitcoms would talk about fannies. Um, and I do remember one in particular. These girls were talking, they were trying to diss each other and like talking about having been on a skiing trip. And one of them goes, all I remember is you spending most of your time landing on your fanny. And I was like, ooh, who were? But and the response was, yes, well, so did you. And you have so much more to land on than me. And I was like, oh my God, honestly. Um, Jackie, in the 80s and 90s, you called non-romantic get-togethers dates. No, dates have always been romantic. Dates have absolutely, definitely always been romantic. Happy Days, talking about the 50s, was talking about dates. Dates have always been romantic. Laura, you're in the US. Someone said, "Where's Amy?" And you replied, "Outside having a fag." And you're at a gay resort. Made it extra funny. Yes. And of course, there is the English food stuff called faggots. You can get it. You can get it in the supermarket. Safat, traditionally in England, fanny was a vagina, um, but in the US, it was always a bum, and it was more polite than saying ass. Fanny was G-rated shows could say fanny because it wasn't rude, but again, that's a cultural miscommunication. I think, like I said, I only sort of realized, I don't know, I was in my late teens, definitely, when I realized, oh, fanny is English slang for a vagina. Okay. So all those bits with G-rated American shows, girls talking about their fannies, takes on a whole different meaning. So uh, I'm traumatized by the US calling scones biscuits. And I'm fine with people having their own name for the same thing, but not when like a scone is a thing, a biscuit is a thing. Don't make a scone and call it a biscuit. If you don't want to call it a scone, call it I don't fucking know what. But a biscuit has an existing meaning. Don't fucking call it that. I actually, that's an old school video on my YouTube channel, being angry at Americans calling scones biscuits. And yes, calling burgers sandwiches. Sandwiches are bread, not fucking buns. Well, Justin, see, what's happened is British slang's got bastardized in the US. But language changes over time, and on different continents, it changes in different ways and different time frames. So, oh, nice, Jackie put on the Discord. Keith Floyd, who was hilarious for doing a cooking show while piss drunk, doing a faggots and peas recipe. I also have, because I am extremely childish. Oh yeah, we'll do Angry Bunch. I just got to. In fact, you know what? I might just warm. I might get a non-alcoholic drink. I also have a video on my YouTube channel where I'm buying faggots from a shop in England when I was there visiting Mrs. Angry's family. In the sleepy village of Cullen. It was in the Cotswolds. The supermarket had faggots. And it just goes to show it's funny how language changes. Okay. Now I have, you know, I want something different than the mineral water. I might duck out super quick. Sorry, I just had a thought. Uh, Go to my channel on YouTube. I actually, I think I have 2 faggot videos on YouTube. Ooh, I also thought of uh, sorry, I'm scrolling through a bunch of my old videos. God, there's some wacky shit in here. Dang. Ooh, what's that 14 years ago when I hadn't yet realized Ricky Gervais was an asshole? Okay. Hashtag obvious. I also, God, there are so many videos of AIDSy. So the British thing is a ball or roll of seasoned chopped liver, baked or fried. Justin, what did you put on Discord? Wants Inman Grant on. Wait, when's this? January 16th. Australia's E-Safety Commissioner Inman Grant is wondering about a safety issue returns to the US. All right. So the E-Safety Commissioner is worried about being arrested if she goes to the US. I swear to fuck, the more I see about, and look, countries can put whatever border control stuff they like. You just have to face judgment from the rest of the world. Oh yeah, no, Jackie, that's the video I saw. Faggots are back. I was scrolling through things, and it was a butcher who someone had complained that he had a sign saying he was selling faggots. That's not fair. And there was a whole fucking court case about it. And he won the court case because it was a traditional English food. So yeah, then he's proudly proclaiming faggots are back, which is the name of the video I made 9 years ago. I can look. I was going to go out and get a drink. Maybe look. This is just a less than 3-minute video. All right. Look. I'll show you this in one of my whole things, and I'm going to go and get a non-alcoholic. Yes, Robert. Is he dead yet? I swear to fuck, the way people are saying that on social media is hilarious. Like, come on, little blood clot, I believe in you. Detach, go to his brain. It is very funny. And because he is inevitably going to die, my bet is this year because he is in such bad shape. And yeah, fuck him. And a lot of people are going to go, ha ha. And the Conservatives are going, oh, but the Conservatives are all lying, hypocritical sacks of shit. So who the fuck cares what they think? Okay. Okay, when did I do this? 9 years ago? October 2016. Okay. Look, oh, wow, what are we doing? I'm going to play this. Wait, I just had a bad feeling I didn't put the audio on. I'm going to try it once more and make sure I put the audio on. Yeah, I am sharing the audio, so that's good. Oh, yeah, the headline's been Trump tries, for fuck's sake. Yeah, but okay, Laura, I was dyeing it. I've been dyeing my hair since I was 30. So the beard there is a little bit closer to telling you what color my hair really was. But I was coloring the beard too, but it had started to grow out. But the beard is a bit more honest what the color of my hair actually was at this point. But look, I'm going to disappear for 2 minutes and play this for you. G'day, viewers. Got a story for you today about context. Now, often raging bigots and particularly politicians, when they're caught out saying or doing something offensive, will go, oh, the context, you're taking that out of context, when the context is they're a piece of shit and they're equivocating now that they've been called out. But there's a story about a butcher in Perth in Western Australia. Now, a lot of people who come from England land in Perth rather than on the East Coast because it's cheaper. And so there is quite a strong British community in Perth. And this butcher had a sign outside saying, faggots are back. Now, yeah, no points for guessing. Some people went, the who and the what now? But for those who don't know, faggot is the name for a particular part of English cuisine. I am reminded of my first trip to England when I found some in a freezer in a shop and had to take a selfie and go, look at me with some English faggots. Because when it's not your culture, it seems funny. It's kind of like seeing photos of black people visiting Australia, going into a supermarket and posing with a block of coon cheese, going, what the fuck is going on here? It's named after a dude, okay? So it's like, there's some people saying, this is outrageous, that word's offensive. And this is not like, South Park equivocation where they're going about, oh, it's fine to use fag as an insult because, look, the word's changed meanings over the years. We're not saying we hate gay people. We're just using this derogatory term as a derogatory term. What's your problem? No. In the case of this food stuff, there is literally no other name for it. It's just called a faggot, which, again, if you're not familiar with it, sounds a bit weird. And look, honestly, I have no doubt the butcher knows that's an attention-getting sign and it gets people talking when you have a sign saying faggots are back. But there's literally no other name they can give it. It's they have a clientele who knows what it is. They have a clientele who wants it. They clearly don't have it in stock all the time. And they put it back and they went, well, why not get some attention and just loudly proclaim faggots are back? Because that's what they're selling. That's what it's called. And while I often say, while I often think and say people who go, oh, you need to take a joke and lighten up a bit, are actually just covering for their bigotry and their ignorance and the fact they don't give a shit about people. Honestly, in this case, anyone's upset about someone selling the traditional product faggot and saying, we have faggots here, probably needs to lighten up a bit. Hot take. Me doing a hot take. Americans taking photos of our coffee menu in long blacks. No, what you realize, Americans taking photos when we used to sell coon cheese. That was inexcusable. And all the lies about it not being racist were lies. Uh, but yes, I did see some funny social media posts and YouTube videos of Black Americans standing next to a wall of coon, just going, just like, oh my god. I look, and I don't know the full truth of this, but one researcher in Australia did say that they found evidence the name of that particular tasty cheese came from the fact, like around the 1920s or something, it was actually sealed in black wax, and that's why they gave it that name. And when it became somewhat less acceptable to throw around the word coon, so back in like the 80s, is when the push to change the name didn't really pick up any steam till the 80s, and it only fucking changed in, I don't know, what was it, the last 5 years? But yeah, the Kraft company who owned the brand back then, they retrofitted it and claimed, and there was actually a chemist who worked for the company back in the day, and his surname was Coon, Coon. And there's pretty considerable evidence Kraft was lying about that. But yeah, this one researcher, and I cannot really vouch for the accuracy of the research because I don't have the resources to go into it, but he said that no, I traced it back to it. This cheese was colloquially called coon because it was sealed in black plastic in the early days. But who knows? Laura, a racist video over. Oh, the KFC one. I have a video on that too, where I got really angry because it was the supposed progressive people, the Young Turks, being completely oblivious to the fact they were practicing cultural imperialism. Because it all stemmed from a KFC ad from, I don't know, 15 years ago. KFC was sponsoring the cricket. It was a West Indies tour. And it was this classic thing of the Australian supporter going to the wrong end, and he's in amongst all the West Indians, and he's like, oh, this is going to end badly. But he had a big thing of KFC, and they all shared it. And they were friends. And in America, black people liking fried chicken is a racist trope. That has never been a racist trope in Australia, neither about Aborigines nor about the West Indies. So it's just not something we think of. And West Indian cricket supporters are definitely not American blacks. It's just, and the fact that they were equating it with, if you did this with a white person and black people in America, it would be really racist. Okay, well, it's not in America, and we don't have the same tropes here. So it's fucking cultural imperialism. And so fuck them. Right, other dude, what did I say to Trump if I was his boss at a workplace? Time to retire, buddy. Your brain is pudding. You can't do coherent sentences. You are of no value to anyone. You need to go home and live out the last few months of your life shouting at the TV. You ordered your mate fill of watermelon juice without thinking. But even the watermelon thing is not a racist trope in Australia. We have our own racist tropes. You and Soph learned something new that day. That yes, black people enjoying watermelon is a racist trope in the US. Laura, you should shout at the camera. Just because Americans have a stereotype with black people and fried chicken doesn't mean the stereotype is stereotype. Yeah, it literally. We have a whole bunch of racist stereotypes here. That's not one of them. So I got angry because it was a bunch of supposedly progressive Americans who were completely oblivious to the fact they were practicing cultural imperialism, saying like how we view things here is by definition how everyone views things everywhere. And it's just like, no, dude. And that's one of the things that pisses off the rest of the world about Americans. Justin, you just used the famous line from The Apprentice, you're fired. Yeah. I mean, he deserves it, honestly. But what are you gonna do, right? Ooh, okay. Things I should have got while I was out. Something to decant the gin I was urging. Actually, I should taste some of it. But I think it's probably time to take it out. I need to go and get a funnel, otherwise I'll make a mess. As the actress said to the bishop. Also, okay, where's my Trello? Oh, man, I really have to do my original creation. The J Ward. Where's my recipe for the J Ward? That's it, the Broadmoor, the J Ward. 60 mils whiskey, 10 mils green chartreuse, 10 mils sugar syrup, 1 dash orange bitters. Oh, no, the one okay, so that's the original. Mine is 30 mils whiskey, 30 mils brandy, 10 mils yellow chartreuse, 10 mils sugar syrup, 2 dashes of Payshaws. That's the J Ward. Very reminiscent of a Sazerac. But I was thinking of doing, because that's so fucking yummy, I was thinking of doing a barrel-aged version of that. Yeah, I'm going to taste the gin from the barrel. Justin, your dad's got... Oh, yeah, God. It's just so awesome that your dad did accounting stuff for Trump, so he knows what a shit. And Ladyship of Expletives, hello. Oh, no, God, we're already talking about the impeachment thing and how that's a fucking political thing, not a meaningful legal or moral thing. My money's on him dropping dead first, actually. He's so obviously in extremely poor health. I think he's had at least some mini strokes. When he relaxes, you see like his face drooping. That's a really bad sign. So my bet is we have a President Jance Dance Vance before the end of the year. For anyone who didn't know, that's what the initials stand for. JD Vance, Jance Dance Vance. Yum. Sorry. Ginger ale is yummy. I think it's half price at the supermarket this week too. Gonna have to get some. Ladyship, he's building a bunker like Moustache Man did in the White House. He'll just hide it. I think he'll just die, honestly. Yes, and Jackie, RFK Brainworm, said he doesn't know Donald's alive. Look, honestly, again, because Donald Trump, he's old, he's in very bad shape, he has a very poor diet, and he's under incredible amounts of stress. I'm fucking amazed he's not dead. I'm not even joking. My money is on him popping his clogs this year. Natural causes. Right, I do AI videos. I haven't seen this for a while. I don't know if they're still doing it. But this was literally a couple of years ago when AI was still kind of shit. Someone had these bots on Twitch. They were doing live streams. And so there there was a Trump bot and a Biden bot. So that's how old it was. And it was like they were doing presidential debates, but they were responding to chat, like they'd insult people in chat. So I think someone was doing text to speech. They had these bots of Trump and Biden, and honestly, it was mildly believable. Like it obviously wasn't real, but it's like, God, the fact these bots are responding in real time is quite unsettling. And I'm sure in the 2 years that have passed, there are freakishly believable bots that can respond in real time. I think. Oh, her ladyship, Vance is a horrible, slimy little opportunist. And none of the bullshit will stop. It will maybe even pick up and get worse. And hey, Pat, how are you doing? Oh, God, everybody, we got to do the baby shark dance for Jance dancing. Everybody dance, do the Jance dance fans, do. That is actually really yummy. God, I have all these Schweppes products. Why the fuck is Schweppes not sponsoring me? Why is not a Schweppes truck just backing up my driveway, unloading pallets of Schweppes products? Because it's all I fucking drink on the streams. Everybody Dance by Chic in the 70s. Okay, I thought you were doing Baby Shark. So, Justin Vance, the couch fucker. God, that was funny how that took off. When someone just randomly on Twitter said the thing of, if Trump wins the election, Vance will be the first vice president who admitted to fucking a couch, and then put a reference to his book. And because his book is very weird, Hillbilly Elegy is very weird. And the way the person did it, it just seemed really believable because he gave a page reference. And Jan Stans Vance does not say he fucked a couch in the book, but it was so funny and it caught people's imagination so much. God, that was weird. Her ladyship, you say at this point, we're either going Civil War, World War III, Handmaid's Tale. Oh, little from column A, little from column B, honestly. Yeah, hypothetically, I'm always drinking the stuff. You can tell I have no influence whatsoever. I'm not an influencer, or I'd have a bunch of free Schweppes products. I've always said that all I want out of my cocktail channel is to get free shit. Hey, Hunter on Twitch, how you going? Nice. Abigail's got the pizza. Allegedly, we were talking about Civil War. God, I saw this wild video. A Black Panther with a fucking semi-automatic shotgun. Just doing this whole thing about fucking ICE comes into this neighborhood, we'll fuck them up. And I was like, wow, that's some energy there. Hunter, I do not stream daily. I do stream 3 or 4 times a week. Abigail, what's so civil about war? Insightful. I like that use of language. Okay, Hunter, I kind of feel like I know where this is going, but I'm happy for you to go there because I'm happy for people doing the hustle. I love people. And Twitch I know. Twitch has people doing the hustle. And you know what? If you're a polite, respectful people, I applaud you doing the hustle. And I'm not in the market, but, I'm going to do your little tip of the virtual hat that you're doing the hustle. But maybe you're not. Maybe you're not. Maybe you're just making conversation. That's just what I'm used to on Twitch. Ooh, wow. Laura doing a customized PC case. Nice. We love that. We love that nerd shit here. And creative stuff. So combining nerd shit and creative stuff, we love that. Okay, I had an idea. Oh, that's right. I was going to taste the gin in the barrel, and I need to go and get a funnel to do that. Otherwise, I'll make a terrible mess. Oh, yeah. Okay, I'll do Angry Bunch really soon. I think I'll duck out, get a funnel, taste the gin. I didn't just barrel age it. I also infused it with some whiskey soaked grain, which had been on some aged cheddar cheese. So it's like going to be a very savory gin. Hello, nice stream, Chemish. Oh God, I love your screen name. I've got to try and work it out. Chemish hat. No, I'm done. Chem, how you doing? Thank you, Chem, for your wonderful words of support. I love it. You like the deep cut, Charlie? Oh dear. Her Ladyship, got to go to work. Thank you so much for dropping in and saying hello, by the way, Her Ladyship. Good luck at work. Kemish, I'm you're a wonderful, polite, lovely person, and I thank you for dropping by to say hello. It's very kind of you. I'm just having a Friday. This is what we call party nights. Friday night in Australia, gonna have a few drinks. I've had 2 old fashions, very different profiles, but both qualify as old fashions. It's a bit boozy. Been drinking some ginger ale to calm down. And I'm about to go get a funnel. So, see, I have my barrels here. I age things in these barrels to get good flavors. I have some gin. It's going to be a very savory gin, and having been in one of the barrels for a week, we'll pick up a lot of wine flavors as well. So it ought to be quite interesting at this point. But I need to decant it, debarrel it. I think it's probably ready to come out. Like to watch next stream. Add you on Discord. Yeah. So I'm. Who am I on Discord? Is it just Angry Aussie? I think it's just Angry Aussie on Discord. But yeah, we like to, have a bit of fun, and I'm going to invite people on here very soon. I'm going to go out. This will take me less than a minute to go out and get a funnel. And then I will do a gin tasting. It's ready. I'll put it in a bottle, and then we'll do Angry Bunch. Joining on Wally013. Okay. Nice. Thanks, Wally. That's extremely different to your Twitch screen name. I love it. Oh, thanks, Hopefully Elderly. Okay. All right. I'm going to be back less than a minute. I just got to go get a funnel. I should fucking keep a funnel in here, honestly. But anyway. Okie dokie. I got a funnel and I got a sieve just in case. Get some fucking carbon from the barrel. When I pour a thing, let's pour out a little sample here. Gin. Thank you once again, Charlie, for the label maker. You know what? I'm just going to fucking risk it on that. Go. Let's do that. It's like drinking gin with nothing else in. So this be my special barrel-aged gin. Look at the colour of it. Oh, look at the colour it's gone. Okay. Und so. You're chuffed for picking up both the Parks and Rec and the Use Your Illusion quote. Yeah, so it's like, oh, I think that needs to be filtered. But that's okay. It'll have a lot more clarity if I filter it. So what I did first, as I mentioned, when I was on Holiday with Mrs. Angry, we got this cheese from Sophie the Cheesemonger in Healesville. It's a European aged cheddar, and they cover it in this grain that's been soaked in whiskey, and then I think they cover that in cheesecloth, and the flavor from the whiskey soaked grain sort of soaks into the cheese. It's fucking awesome cheese, but it still has all the grain on the outside. So I basically scraped off the grain and saved it, and then I soaked that grain in gin for a while, a week or so, and then strained that out and then put it in the barrel. And it's been in the barrel for I think 2 weeks. Smells okay because I've had various wines in the barrel. It actually smells a lot like wine at the moment. That's really good. Holy damn, that's really good. But I do need to filter it. Just to get clarity, just to filter out the sediment. We're on a stream. I think I can do it on the stream. I do have to go out again because I have to get some filter paper and a bigger funnel, as it were. We're going to need a bigger funnel because it will look much better if I filter it. So I'm going to do that. So my pardon, everyone, for just fucking disappearing and going in and out. I was going to, can I say, as the actress said to the bishop for that one as well? Okay, so, all right, we have slightly more viewers than normal, which is nice. Please, look, hang around. I'm going to be gone less than 60 seconds, honestly. And then we're going to have a team thing. Okay, here we go. We've got a big funnel and a paper coffee filter. So I've got to get a bottle. I have an empty bottle in here somewhere. Fuck, do I? Oh, do I need to grab a fucking bottle in here? What the fuck? Oh. This will do. No, actually, I'm looking. I think these are. Oh, no, that's a 700 ml bottle. I'm going to do this one. I think. Manly Spirits. Okay, I need to double check this. Oh, also, I'm going to tell you, I think, Charlie, you might in particular be interested in the whiskey I bought online this week. I don't have it yet. But it was one of those things. Price, can't resist. I'm just going to double check. Manly Spirits Coastal. How many mils is this? Come on, goddammit. Open the gift. I'm here, opening the gift box. This was so fucking cheap. I think I paid like $50 for this. 46. No, it's 500 mils. Okay. Okay. Oh, I think I've got one 700 ml bottle in here, which I think I need for this. Let's go. Weird square bottle, which I think is 700 ml. So I'm super annoyed. I didn't realize I didn't have 700 ml bottles here. Okay. Because I have a lot out in the kitchen where I just went, oh my God, this stopper doesn't want to come out. How long has that been sitting there, for fuck's sake? Holy shit. It really doesn't want to come out. Okay, just going to see. What are we doing? Oh yeah, new whiskey. Okay, so what it was, the whiskey, it's a Starward. There's one of the mailing lists I'm on is Whiskey Mofo, and they do have some genuinely good specials. And I've got a few things from them, but they were advertising Starward's 100 proof and saying, "Oh, look, 46% off. It's normally this, and now it's this." And I was like, "It's not. They don't sell it for that much. They sell it for about $150." And Whiskey Mofo were selling for 130 odd, which is slightly cheaper, but not like what they're saying. I was going, what the fuck? And I ignored it, and I was really annoyed that they were falsely advertising this discount. And it came up again this week, and I went, oh, they're doing this again. And I looked at it, oh, wait, that's a 1 litre bottle. They are selling a 1 litre bottle of this 100 proof Starward for less than Starward sells the 700 ml bottle. I went, you know what? I haven't had their 100 proof whiskey since it was called Fortis, so I have not had it for years. And I thought, fuck it. No, less than 700 mils price. Like the 700 ml price is about $150, and Whiskey Mofo is selling this liter bottle for 130 something. So I went, oh fuck, okay, you know what? I'm getting it. And so it'll probably arrive next week. And I'll do a Starward taste off when it comes in. I'll go and see. Okay, so I'm going to decant this gin. Okay. 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 Come on. Don't fuck with me. Should go through pretty fast and slow down a bit towards the end, like as the filter paper gets kind of impregnated with just a small amount of sediment that's going to be in here. Get some peeing ASMR. All right, it's caught up a bit there. All right, that's pretty good. All right, I'll move some stuff so I can update this from my chair. Le Barreau and Le Gin. Yeah, it's coming out a nice whiskey colour, which is what I expected, both from the grain, the whiskey soaked grain I put in it, and the barrel. So yeah, I got a big ass bottle of the Starward 100 proof coming next week, which I have not had in years. So I'm quite keen to see how it stands up to the other Starwards. No, I didn't add whiskey. I added the whiskey-soaked grain. So there'll be some whiskey flavor in there and some whiskey color, but also color from the barrel, which is from wine, basically. And it did have a very distinctive wine taste. when I did that. But hey, it's Angry Bunch time. Who's in the mood to join the stream? Yeah, I had a cheeky little taste of it. It's fucking nice. I think it would go really well in martinis, go really well in an old fashioned. But there is the joining link for Le Angry Bunch for all those who feel so disposed. Right. So let's go a bit more. Let's pour a bit more in here. A little bit more. It smells really nice. Quite looking forward to using that in a few beverages. I'll have to, while I'm thinking of it, I'll do a little label for that bottle. Bit underdressed. Ooh, raunchy. I'm not sure if I need new batteries in the label maker. Speaking of underdressed and raunchy, there's Pat.
Hello.
How you doing, buddy?
Oh, good. I got drunk today.
You got drunk today?
Yep. I got the dance today.
You had a dance today. You got drunk and had a dance? That's pretty crazy.
I done some today.
Okay. Are you with John today? Hey, Laura, how are you?
Hello there.
Hello.
I'm not doing too bad. Although I think I've been just having weird craving. I've been eating fresh, straight out of the fridge, spring onions.
Wow. Okay.
I've been eating spring onions a lot lately.
Okay.
I think I might be pregnant. I don't know.
That's an interesting one. Okay. Oh, so hopefully you're worried you're dressed a bit daggy. Dude, it's Friday night. Anything goes. So if you thought Pat went to Dan's shop, no, I think he went to his friend's place. But you never know with Pat. All sorts of crazy goings-ons could be happening.
Has anybody gone missing lately?
Well, depends on the context. I'm sure lots of people have gone missing. I mean, does anyone we know have gone missing? Is Pat making people go missing? Oh, love it, Hannah. Now that Super Baby has discovered he can take a few steps, he can chase the dog. Nice. It's a hell of a thing. So Saf wants to know what your weather's like, Laura.
It's not too bad today. I mean, it's doing the normal sort of Manchester winter, which is grey.
Yeah.
And if it's not grey today, it's going to be grey tomorrow.
Okay.
But the good thing is it's not actually raining today.
Oh, well, that's a plus.
Yeah, that's February. We tend to just be cold. In February, it's raining and cold.
Yeah, we're having a little mini heat waves. Oh, no, we're shaping up for a warm week. Not blisteringly hot, but warm. Celsius 27, 29, 29, 30, 29, 31. So that's a pretty warm week. So, and a Super Baby finds chasing the dog hilarious. The dog's not so sure. You'd have some grey weather. Oof. There's just been such extreme weather here. Bushfires, floods, soaring temperatures, sometimes one day after the other. There's a bizarre one just outside of Melbourne on the Great Ocean Road. They had flash flooding yesterday and these tourist spots, and because it's peak tourist season, school holidays, these coastal caravan parks got flooded. What had happened in the high country behind these towns and these caravan parks, there was like 180 millimeters of rain fell in a couple of hours, and then it just surged down the creeks and whatnot, and all the debris just came in and then flooded the coastal area. Like, it wasn't even raining on the coastal area, it was up in the higher country behind them, and then the flood just surged down and did a lot of damage. Fortunately, didn't seem to even injure anyone, let alone drown anyone, but did cause a lot of damage. And they had it was like, does it count as irony if there's an outer, oh, Pat, your connection's not working again. I don't know what's happening. Does it count as irony if on one side of a hill is an out of control bushfire and on the other side is an absolute deluge of rain that causes flooding, but that deluge doesn't touch the bushfire that's on the other side of the hill? I don't know. I feel, hopefully you reckon hot days can be beaten by beer. Yeah, kind of go with the Pepsi Max on ice for the hot days.
Funnily enough, I have Pepsi Max with ice
Nice.
and lime.
And you're getting 33 in rain. Oh, yeah, no, when you're in the 30s, if it rains, the humidity just is atrocious. It's terrible.
When I went to Japan, I've never been so hot, and it's humid there.
Yeah, Japan gets cold winters and serious summers.
Well, I went to Okinawa, and it was so hot. I've never been that hot before. I've been in a sauna. It wasn't that hot.
Right.
You know, I've never had sweat go down my back, down my legs, and into my shoes before.
I have, but I live in Australia, so...
See, that's the thing. Britain is just mild in general.
Yeah.
We don't have any extremes of anything other than rain.
Yeah, yes, and you do get some extreme rain, that is true.
Well, it's not so much... We don't ever get extreme rain, we just get rain a lot.
Yes.
You know, it's not... I mean, we do occasionally have floods, but it's not like, you know, you've just had an Australia-type floods, as in cars floating down streets or anything. You know, that's pretty rare.
Oh, yeah, no, the floods I was talking about up the coast, they literally had cars getting washed out to sea because they were near the overflowing creeks, and they got caught and dragged out. You see cars just getting carried out to sea. It's pretty crazy. Ooh, you know what I'm going to do? My most expensive whiskey, and the old guy who runs the distillery absolutely hates the idea of his whiskeys being used to make cocktails.
Oh.
So he'll be lying in bed having a cold shiver running down his spine, and he won't know why. And it's because I'm using one of his whiskeys, which is the most expensive whiskey I have at the moment, and I'm making an old fashioned with it.
So he's not the one that he's not doing the Schweppes thing. He is not going to be sending you free stuff.
Well, I honestly, I'm not joking, because I do go to the distillery sometimes for special events. I would not tell him that I do this, because I'm not joking. He gets really worked up about it. Oh. And they actually they released a special a blend, and he's going, okay, use this in your cocktails. That's a blend of their single malt and a mass-produced grain whiskey that they aged. But the fact that I've got one, it's not only my most expensive whiskey, it's my rarest one, because they actually tell you how many bottles. This is cask strength, 58%. This is bottle number 38 of 48. In the entire world, there are only 48 bottles of that whiskey. I have one of them. and I'm making a cocktail with it. And I swear he would get genuinely worked up,
Wow.
which I find really funny. But
I mentioned in the chat earlier that I at the Christmas market in Plymouth, I bought it was £25.
yes, the rum. Yeah.
It was a toffee rum liqueur.
Yes, and also rum wankers would get very upset at you because rum wankers aren't as numerous or as bothersome as whiskey wankers. But yes, drinking a rum liqueur rather than a cask strength Jamaican rum, or they get, it's like, dude, shut up, stop being such a.
This stuff was made in a rummery. I don't know. Would you call it a rummery? Like a winery?
You call it a distillery.
Okay. So anyway, they make their own, and it's like a local one from the moors, in a farm in the moors of Devon.
Yeah, sounds nice.
What was really nice about it? So normal drink, it just goes down your neck, down your throat, and of course, something like a rum has a kind of warmth to it as it goes down.
Yeah, absolutely.
And well, because it's a liqueur, it's going down slowly, so you can just feel it slowly going down, and that warmth spreading as it goes down. That was just quite cool.
Yeah, nice. Well, my homemade liqueur is actually a blend of whiskey, rum, and brandy, and my special sugar syrup, and it's very yummy, and I love it.
Yeah. So I went down to Devon for 3 weeks.
Nice.
So what happened was the old some old trains that had been retired. They were retired on the 13th.
Yeah.
I wanted to have a last go on them, and so I sort of organised it so that I would go down to visit my friend for the very last services there. So I was on the last HST service from Penzance to Plymouth.
Okay.
And I was really lucky as well, because there were 3 trains, there were 3 diagrams. So a diagram would be train number 1 goes backwards and forwards at a certain time. Train number 2 does the same thing at different times, might go to Exeter, but it'll do sort of a set of routines. Yeah. Then they had a spare one, and it just so happens that on the last day, another type of train failed, and so they got the other one out.
Okay.
And because that came out, I was able to get it for haulage, and it was the last one I needed to be pulled by.
Oh, nice.
So that was quite
out for you.
Yeah, I mean, if I hadn't have done it, it would have gone up to Mexico or something, because I think that's where they're sending them next.
Okay.
And you've got some of these things in Australia, the XPT.
Oh yeah, that was when I was a young and they introduced the XPT. Yeah.
Yeah, right. So it's basically the British version.
Okay. Laura just disappeared for me. I don't know if it's the same for anyone else. Pat, can you see Laura? Okay. No. Yeah, okay, you're getting the same as me. So Laura's internet has kind of... Also, Hannah, I feel for you giving the rundown of tomorrow's weather. 33 Celsius by 7 a.m. with 85% humidity. But if you're lucky enough to have some shade, it will only feel like 31. That's brutal. When it doesn't cool down overnight, when it's hot that early in the morning, that's when it's really hard to take. Like if it gets really hot in the afternoon, that's kind of like, well, that's what you expect. But like if it doesn't cool down overnight, if it's really hot and humid early in the morning, that's brutal. So if Putin cut off Laura's internet, honestly, that could be it. So the XPT getting replaced. Like the XPT has literally been in service for, God, I don't know, 45 years? Because it was around when I was a young'un. Hannah, combine that with a 10-hour workday.
Today.
What did you do yesterday, Pat?
No, I saw Bulgarian today. I saw Rachel today.
Oh, you saw Rachel today. How is Rachel?
I'm good. You're good.
She's good. Oh, Laura's back.
Hello.
Hello again.
Hi. So what was I saying? I was saying about the XPT.
The
So
XPT. Yeah.
these things have been running since 1976, and the
Okay.
ones in the southwest were the first ones to be introduced.
Okay.
And so it was their final day ever on the 13th.
Okay.
And at the end, and I'll share my screen so you can see it. The volume's off, don't worry. But
Right. Okay. Now, Safa's full of the info of the XPTs being replaced in Australia. Oh yeah, that's a very familiar shape. Yes.
yeah.
Whoa, that's cool.
So, yeah, so they lined up the last three.
Yeah.
And I've got the volume up. It's got some horns. You'll hear in a second, probably.
No, I can hear the trains doing the diesel thing. Oh, there's slightly different tones.
So yeah, that was
Noise.
cool.
Noise.
That's wicked.
Pretty cool.
And then I was on the last train. I had to do this really convoluted one because I wanted to travel on all three. There was the very, very last one used ever,
Mm-hmm.
and that was the one. Do you remember I told you there was a unit that was out of service, and so it had to. But it got back after the end of its duties for the day at 11 o'clock. And I wasn't going to be sitting out for another 4 hours in the freezing cold at night just to travel on that last one.
Yeah.
So, yeah. The other thing that's happened was New Year.
Yes.
So my New Year is pretty amazing because I get I live on the. I'll show you another video. So this is what I get outside my window.
Okay.
For New Year.
Okay. So there we are. Ooh, nice.
And you can see the horizon is just full of fireworks.
That is a nice view, yes.
Yeah.
And the cathedral there in the foreground as well.
Zoom in a bit, you can just see.
Yeah. All the local council's fireworks going off there on the horizon.
Yeah. The sky is red because of it all.
Nice.
So yeah, I get a brilliant thing, and I do this. And I play a piece of music. It's Equinox 5 by Jean-Michel Jarre.
Classic.
And in 1986, he did a concert in Houston, Texas, and the piece of music starts with a thunderclap.
Okay.
So he kind of like goes, and the music starts, and he's got like a synthesizer with let's light up keys and everything. So it's just it just looks amazing. And I thought, do you know what? That's a great piece of music to start off the new year. And then I moved to the next place, and I've got all the fireworks. I've got 17 minutes worth of fireworks going off.
Nice.
In that video.
That's good.
Sorry, isn't that Charlie? Isn't that what Laura said? Jean-Michel Jarre.
Yes.
He's famous in Australia because Equinox was used in the soundtrack for the movie Gallipoli.
Right. Yes.
Early Mel Gibson film. Very good film. Very emotional film. Saf, why is the sky red? Because of all the fucking fireworks going off. It's just reflected light, and also fireworks make lots of smoke, which then is going to make all the city lights reflect off it.
I tell you what, something that they did a few years ago. I remember one year, and I was like, "What the hell is this?" And I'm watching what looked like UFOs.
Yeah,
These little circles of light just going. And what people had done is it was Chinese lanterns. You know the
Yeah. Oh, I love those. Yes. You make them take off by having a candle in the base of them, and they're like little hot air balloons.
yeah. But of course, in Australia that would be bad because I can
Oh yeah,
imagine.
because they could land and start a fire somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you got enough problems with fires starting, let alone
Yeah.
trying to.
And people underestimate how dangerous candles are. A candle flame generates a lot of heat. I remember when I was at college, we were having a celebration. Was one of the lecturers owned a farm. We were on his farm, and we constructed this enormous bonfire. It was like from trees. It wasn't from bits of wood and logs. It was from fucking trees we had carried and built in this massive bonfire. And I thought, but how do you light something that big? And another lecturer's going, no, I've got experience, don't worry. And he's just getting candles. And I was going, how the fuck that? And he's got candle stubs and he just puts them in the middle and lights them. And the fact is, they don't go out. And the heat above a candle is actually quite extreme. And it makes the wood combust. And because the candles don't go out, there's like not even kindling. It was just these big fucking bits of wood and a couple of candles in the base of it. And it all went up and it's going, oh, okay, well, I learned something tonight. Because when he said he was going to make this enormous bonfire go off by just putting a couple of candles in the base, I just thought, yeah, you're full of shit, Jerry. I don't know what's going on here. It might be the fun thing, like when I said it was literal trees, because it was whole trees that had fallen down, and like 8 of us, like 8 guys, getting under it and put it on the shoulders and walk it over to this thing and put it on the stack. It was immensely heavy wood. And then the real fun fact is when it went up in flames, the number of huntsman spiders who had been under the bark and were like this fucking big and would come out and run away. And we were just looking and going like, my head was right there where that spider was. There's a monstrous fucking spider right next to my head. And I swear to God, if we'd been carrying it and one of these huntsmen decided to come out from under the bark, you would have just gone, they're harmless, but a spider this big next to your head, you just got to go, shriek like a little schoolgirl and chaos would ensue. But
I remember that video of yours, which is like, is it dangerous in Australia? And it's like, you just talk about the mild one. You start with the huntsman. And
yes,
you say something like its main power is to stop people having constipation by making people nearly shit themselves.
Yeah, yeah. Have they killed someone? I don't think they've killed someone, but they've caused accidents. Like they're hiding behind the sun visor in someone's car, and they're driving down the highway, and they go, "Oh, the sun's bright," and they put the sun visor down, and a huntsman, this fucking big, falls down, and they go, "Oh!" Crash.
I remember the phrasing you used was, "All right, mate, how you doing? Wait a minute, why are you driving off the road? Aren't we supposed to stay on the road?"
Because the huntsman's just your pal. Your huntsman's just like, "Hey, how are you? Just hanging out. What are we doing?" I do remember someone put a video on YouTube, and as a guy saying like everyone says like huntsmans are scary and they don't want them. I love them, and I'll show you why. He's in his bathroom, under the bathroom sink, and you got some toiletries and stuff, and there's a big fucking huntsman just sort of sitting between like his deodorant and something. So I'll show you what, and he's got a cockroach, and he just puts it on the bench. And the cockroach goes, and the huntsman just shoots out like faster than you can see and just grabs the cockroach and just run. And he says, that's why I love huntsmen. They're going to keep the nasty bugs under control. And it's like, yeah, but also, dude, that was mildly terrifying. A spider this big that moves faster, almost faster than you can see to get its prey. And we're not its prey, so we're safe. Still unsettling, still very unsettling.
I've got a picture. It's like like a cartoony picture, and it's basically Australia in like yellow, and then around it is blue, and the caption at the side has yellow, which is everything on land will kill you,
Yeah.
And then the blue, which is around it, is
Water.
everything in the sea will kill you.
Yeah.
Wants to kill you or something.
Yeah. Well,
Some-
we do still get fatal shark attacks semi-regularly. Not a huge amount, but a couple a year. And people don't really die from the various jellyfish things, but I still don't want to get stung by fucking box jellyfish or what's the Japanese one? Urkanji. The Urkanji are tiny. The bladder bit that floats is like this big. The tentacles are meters long, and by jings, apparently, really goddamn hurts if they get you. I don't think anyone's died from an Urkanji sting, at least for a while, but the pain, apparently the pain from them is just phenomenal. Box jellyfish are bigger, and I think there's probably been a death from a box jellyfish more recently than a Urkanji. But it's just like you get north of Brisbane and it's maybe don't go in the water. It's too warm, and there are these terrifying tropical things that if they don't kill you, they will hurt you a lot.
Yeah, we have man of war, Portuguese man of war. That's the one that's the worry, because as the temperature is going up, they're more likely to go further north where it's colder.
Yes, we get Portuguese man of war as well. They're just less of an issue. Again, the bladder on a Portuguese man of war is quite large in an adult. I think they're even bigger than a box jellyfish. But again, the one that weirds me out, the Urkanji, which they're everywhere from Japan down to Australia, the bladder is tiny, but the tentacles are just meters. And it is like electrical wires on your body, apparently. It's just horrible. So I got stung by fire ants. Yeah, well, that's left field. Stop talking about horrible, scary, painful things. Pat, our movie king, have you seen a movie recently?
Oh yeah, today I saw 28 days.
Oh, the Bone Temple, 28 years later. What? Oh, what did you think of it?
10 out of 10 is best.
I've seen some really good reviews for the Bone Temple. So, for anyone who doesn't know, a long time ago, there was a zombie movie by the British director Danny Boyle called 28 Days Later. Had a young Cillian Murphy in it. It was very groundbreaking because it was one of the first mainstream ones where the zombies were fast. They were like powered by a rage virus. It was very unsettling. There was a sequel a couple of years after called 28 Months Later, which wasn't terrible. It was nowhere near as good as 28 Days Later, but it wasn't terrible. And then last year, 28 Years Later came out, and it was quite good. I've seen 28 Years Later. It's quite good. But apparently they did a twofer. They actually filmed a second one at the same time, which focuses on a supporting character. Ray Fiennes' character in 28 Years Later is a supporting character, and I think he's like the main character in the new one, 28 Years Later, The Bone Temple. And I just saw reviews today, people just really talking it up. And Pat, who's a big horror fan, giving it 10 out of 10. Yeah. All right. So
Danny Boyle actually lives somewhat local to me. I say somewhat. He's in the northwest, so my local news will mention it. But then again, they mention Liverpool.
So 28 Years Later focuses on a community that's on an island just off the coast of like the north of England, and they have a land bridge. At high tide it's underwater, which kind of keeps them safe, but at low tide you can go across this
causeway
to the it's a causeway. And basically 28 years later, pretty good. But people have been talking up 28 Years Later, The Bone Temple, that Ray Fiennes is the lead in, and I'm like, yeah. I do remember. Do you watch like the Big Fat Quiz of the Year, Laura?
Sometimes.
I watch it. It doesn't get televised here, but it's always on YouTube, and I'll often watch it. And there was this thing, and they put these 3 movie characters, and it's like, what did they have in common? And it was the characters did male full frontal nudity with like prosthetic dicks.
Yeah, Jimmy Carr. It's Jimmy Carr, isn't it?
Yeah, Jimmy Carr hosts it. But also I forget which podcast it was on that I was listening to, but they were talking about 28 years later. You know what I heard? It's because I think it was Frankie Boyle's podcast, Here Comes the Guillotine. The alpha, because the thing in 28 years later, the rage zombies, because they're not actually dead. Like in a lot of movies, zombies are dead. They're actually people who've been infected with a particular virus. And there's been some mutations over the decades. And one of them is the ones they call alphas. They're huge and they can actually control and command other rage zombies. And this one alpha you see, he's naked and he's got this big swinging dick. But one of the lead characters in 28 years later is a kid. And the rules for making films, if there's a kid, you can't actually have naked adults on set with the kid. So the guy who's playing the alpha, he's not actually naked. He's wearing pants, but then they're using practical makeup, and he's got a prosthetic dick. And it is disproportionately large, shall we say. And they were pissing themselves laughing. So they were saying, I'm just imagining someone saying on the set to the kid, like, I know it's kind of weird, the idea of this person being there with his dick hanging out, but it's not real. And just like the idea of someone grabbing his prosthetic dick and ripping it off, so just ripping it off and going, see, it's not real. Because that would be so much better for the kid than a naked adult ripping off someone's dick in front of him. Sorry, maybe that's just my sense of humor. I don't know. Home Theater, you always get Big Fat Quiz. I always watch it on YouTube. Yeah. Well, not always, but the last several years, I've definitely watched it on YouTube. And I did enjoy this year's as well. But so I think The Bone Temple focuses on a number of characters who were somewhat peripheral in 28 years later, notably Rafe Fiennes in his Bone Temple, the Alpha, and 28 years later actually opens with a little sequence of some kids in a house, like, I don't know, some families put together, maybe they're having a party. The kids are watching Teletubbies and the rage virus is infecting the adults and someone's trying to protect the kids, but one person gets bit and they attack everyone else. And it's the opening sequence is quite horrific, but I think one of the main characters in Bone Temple is this kid 28 years later. So, yeah. And also, Hopefully, I'm with you. I do love anything with Richard Ayoade. He is very funny. I'm hearing a weird noise, and I was about to blame either Laura or Pat, but it's actually this bottle filtering here. The dripping into it is making a weird noise behind me. Yeah. So it's actually, I was about to say, which of you has got a weird noise happening in the back? And it's me. I'm the weird one. It's me. So it's almost done. Oh, look, it's just going to fit. I don't know if you can see this. I've got a little bit of room left in the bottle and a little bit up here that's got to go through the filter. Oh, it's a beautiful color. Yeah, filtering it was definitely the right thing to do. There was just a little bit of sediment in it, and that's going to filter out the sediment. So I have that. Now I just have to think of what else to do with my barrels, really.
So, do you remember I said about building a new computer? Well, not a computer.
Yes, yeah, a case at least.
Yeah, so basically what happened was I bought a new case.
Yeah.
And it's all RGB stuff now. So I'll show you what it is working, what I've got.
Yeah.
So this is the case.
That's the schematics, yeah.
Yeah, so you can see it's like L-shaped glass on it.
Yeah.
And at the top, it's got RGB lighting on it.
Yeah.
And it's the addressable stuff, so it'll strobe.
Yeah. Oh,
Um,
yeah.
so one of the things that makes it a little bit different is that you can put the graphics card vertically.
Ooh, okay.
So you can, it's end suspended. So I'm going to be doing that. I'm just waiting for the cable that connects the the graphics card. This white one here,
Mm-hmm.
and it comes around the back and pops out over here. So it's the
Ooh,
riser
nice.
cable, but it's a really long riser cable. It's 60
Ooh.
centimeters long to be able
Oh,
to.
okay.
But what I'm doing at the moment is painting it turquoise.
Oh, okay.
So
That's
it's going to be
cool.
turquoise with red to yellow or yellow, lighting in it. I even went and bought myself some new cables, yellow, SATA cables. So you can imagine that warm yellow on the turquoise is going to look
Yeah.
really nice.
Okay.
So I'm currently painting the case. I've had to take the whole damn case apart.
Yeah.
Hopefully, I'll be figuring out how to put it back together again.
That's the challenge when you take something apart, being able to put it back together again.
So it's like, yeah. Oh,
So-
there's been something in the news, like in the UK. So apparently the doctors are going on strike again.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I'm really against this because every time the doctors go on strike, the Daleks win.
Oh, that's a beautiful setup, Laura. I love that. Oh my god. Yeah. Okay, Charlie asked, "Am I going to clarify the gin?" No, because the whole thing with that is adding some intensity of flavor to the gin. So I'm just filtering it to get the sediment out, and it is looking beautiful. While it's a lovely amber color, it is beautiful and clear. I mean, honestly, I might use it in a clarified cocktail, but the whole thing for that is to get the more intense flavor into the gin. And it's often, I'll probably use it in recipes that say to use Geneva. So this is nerd alcohol history that I've been familiar with. Geneva was a Dutch drink, and the base was malt, like malted grain, and it was distilled. So, and like the base of whiskey is malted grain, but it was different. And Geneva was very popular. It got imported into England, and the English kind of liked it. It had oh god, what's the main thing in juniper? Juniper is was a flavor in it, and the English kind of liked it, but went, I think I'd like it if the juniper was more front and center. So they made it with a more neutral spirit and flavored it primarily with juniper and anglicized Geneva to gin. And that's where we get gin. And notoriously, in the 1800s, gin was quite high proof. And there was a huge moral panic. And you can find some very interesting editorial cartoons about how beer's fine, beer is dignified, but gin leads to debauchery. And yeah, because beer is somewhere between 5 and 10% alcohol, depending how you make it. And the gin was between 40 and 60% alcohol, depending how it was made. Some of the slang terms for gin, because apparently the early gins had a blue tinge because of whatever botanicals they put in it. One of the nicknames for gin was Blue Ruin, because there was this very belief that, and not unfounded, that gin was destroying people's lives because they were just, if you were used to drinking beer and you suddenly started drinking gin, you're going to get shit-faced really quickly. I think I've also read that gin was called Mother's Ruin as well, but Blue Ruin I thought was quite poetic. Okay. So, Charlie, if I clarified that, it would strip out a lot of the flavor. Honestly, it would be kind of interesting, but my whole purpose with this was actually adding more flavor to the gin and more color. So this is kind of my Geneva substitute, because the initial flavoring was the whiskey soaked grain. Also cheese, because I couldn't completely separate the whiskey soaked grain from the cheese. So there were little bits of this aged cheese in there as well. So that's got some quite savory flavors. And then being in the barrel for a couple of weeks has given it some wine flavors. So that's my Geneva substitute there. I think I need to get more ice for a non-alcoholic beverage, because as much as I'm tempted to just make more boozy drinks, I'm not going to survive for very long if I just make more boozy drinks. So I might put another Angry Aussie video on, just a short one, a couple of minutes, while I go out and get some more. Oh, you know what? God, I got some eggnog. I've got the last of my Christmas eggnog, which I made in about October, September. I don't even remember, September or October, or maybe November. So it's 2, 3, 4 months old. I don't remember. But there's also some I made like 3 or 4 weeks ago. And just for fun, I want to do a taste comparison. Also, there was quite different booze elements. The one I made for Christmas was a mix of whiskey, brandy, and rum. And the most recent one I made is a mix of tequila, brandy, and sherry. So I think I'm going to do some comparison tasting of my eggnogs. So it's going to take me a couple minutes to accept. I think I'll do this one. Okay, this is 5 minutes. This will keep me. When I had Mr. Safety in the shed 18 years ago. Oh my God. So this was November 2007. My God. It is genuinely freaky to me that I can just call up stuff that I did so long ago. And also, I'm still wearing the mask in this as well. It was when Corey, Mr. Safety, visited this time that I took the mask off for the first time. But let's go. This is teaching Mr. Safety to speak Australian.
G'day, viewers. Well, I'm pretty excited today. Big news as far as I'm concerned. Been waiting for ages for him to get out here, and I finally dragged him here to where the magic happens. It's Mr. Safety. Corey, come in and say hello to the folks.
Yeah! Finally, I'm here, man. I've been waiting forever.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. Excellent. I've shown him a little bit of the town, and he's starting to get a feel for it. But you've got to brush up on the lingo a little. The first blunder you made, you called me Aussie.
Well, okay, no, I call him Aussie. I mean, that's what I've always, like Australian Aussie. Why not Aussie?
It just isn't, okay? There's no good reason. It's just Z or Z, not Aussie. You'll get straight up people's noses. And it's Z too. Don't ever say Z. Australians hate it when Americans say Z. The last letter of the alphabet is Z.
It's not Z? So it's X, Y, Z?
Z.
X, Y, Z.
Yeah. Only Americans say Z. The rest of the English-speaking world says Z.
When Caitlin Hill 88 was in America, I was giving her crap, right? And she was trying her hardest trying to like fit into the culture, but now I'm the immigrant.
Yeah.
And I'm the alien, and now the alien, it's weird. But now I have to like figure out how to speak the Australian lingo, the Aussie lingo. So
yeah, cheers is a good one. The cheers is a multi-purpose word. It means thanks, which is probably what they were saying on the plane. Thanks for a drink. You say cheers. Literally, you can be giving a toast to someone. You go cheers.
So that's the same, because that's all I was used to. Is like, you know, when you say cheers, it's like you got your beer and you're cheers. You know? It
can just mean thanks. Give me a drink. Cheers. It can just mean goodbye. You say cheers. I often sign off emails with cheers. It can be insincere too. You can be sarcastic. If you just go, yeah, cheers. That's the same as go to hell. So it's a multi-purpose word. You're going to have to wrap your head around that because we will be drinking. So it'll come up a lot. But we're going to have a non-alcoholic beverage. Oh, you asked me cups of tea. Okay, it's a cuppa. You just ask for a cuppa. And we don't really talk about putting the kettle on. You put the billy on to boil. That's the old bushman term. So Australians, if you want a cup of tea, you just say, put the billy on to boil so I can have a cuppa.
Put the billy on to boil so I can have a cuppa.
Yeah, we're going to do that now.
Why do you say cuppa? Why not of?
Like, no, just cuppa. It's
cuppa.
C-U-P-P-A. Cuppa.
Cuppa.
No, you can try that out because I've got no sugar. You said you took sugar with your tea. So I'll send you next door. Just ask the neighbour for a cup of sugar. Neighbours do that all the time. Just say, got to boil the billy for a cuppa. Can I have some sugar?
Now, I'm American, so...
You practice the accent. You sound like a native.
But... Say it again. What is it?
you got to say, I want a cup of sugar because...
Cup of sugar.
Yeah, I'm going to boil the billy for a cuppa.
Boil the billy for a cuppa.
Yeah, you sound like a native, mate. It'll work. No problem. Can I have a cup of sugar?
Wait, what if I say mate? What if it's a girl?
Blokes. Men are blokes or mate. We call women Sheilas.
I got other names for them, but...
No. Not what that guy in the pub was saying. No. So,
considering the fact that I went into a restaurant and some girl grabbed my bum.
That is
serious.
True.
I'm so serious. Stephanie, my fiance, I'm really sorry. I did not invoke this chick. I was at this Mexican restaurant and no Mexicans. Mind you, no Mexicans in this restaurant. And I walk out and the first Australian chick I see, she goes, grabs my butt on the way out.
Which, yeah.
So, yeah, I have other words for Australian chicks. Not all of them.
Yeah, wait till we start drinking on Saturday night. Then it's going to be all bets off. You are going to be meat on a tray, mate.
And I'm going to... I'm going to run...
I'll protect him, Steph, okay?
Okay. So, I need to say, good eye, mate. I need some sugar for my...
You're going to boil the
billy
for a cuppa.
For a cuppa.
And if it's a woman, you say Sheila.
Sheila.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You sound like a local.
Okay, let's do it.
Let's go.
All right.
Good night, Sheila. Can I borrow some sugar for a boil of billy? Boil of billy for a cup of... Crikey!
He improvised the crikey at the end of that. And the voice was Mrs. Angry. That's our old place.
You know, I use crikey a lot.
Yeah, no one in Australia ever says Billy on the boil. I was obviously making jokes there. Yeah, Greg, simpler times on YouTube, definitely.
Speaking of jokes, and it's sort of not really a joke, but it feels like it should be one.
Yeah.
So you know the whole chicken or the egg thing?
Yes.
So do ice agents become arseholes, or do arseholes become ice agents?
Oh, dear. Well, so if you're saying I sounded different, I was talking differently. I was playing a character then. That's not my normal speaking voice.
You know, one of the things that really kind of shocks me as an exaggeration, but it surprised me, shall we say, that when you started doing the live streams, that I discovered you talk so slowly.
Oh yeah, this is my default way of talking, and it still kind of surprises me. Like when I play an old video, and Jesus, I was talking fast in those videos.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like, wait a minute, are you on like slow motion or something?
Yeah,
You know,
yeah,
so just like, wow, when you've got a script, you can kind of
yeah,
unload it quite quickly.
yeah.
But when you're having to sort of put thoughts in your head to speak, it
I
takes,
slow down a little. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
By the way, so you said that an old video. So on the 12th of January, 7 years ago was when I did my coming out.
Oh,
So
it's a
7 years now.
good anniversary.
Mm.
Nice.
I looked at the Gender Identity Clinic for Leeds, which is where I was originally assigned,
Yeah.
and they're taking on, they're dealing with people
Mhm.
that were assigned to them in September 2019.
I've heard that the wait is ridiculous.
Yeah. Oh, geez, the wait is crazy. In Scotland, there's the Glasgow one, and I think it's what was it, 137 years.
Jesus, it's just oh my god.
The amount of people that they dealt with over a certain amount of period,
Yeah.
and they've got a queue that's like 8,000 long or something. By the time they get through to anybody going on now, you'd have to wait 138 years or something. I can't remember the exact number.
That's ridiculous. Yeah, damn. Anyway, on a what the hell? Sorry, my freaking computer just started running a screensaver. Freaked, and the image it shows, like it just goes with images I've saved on this laptop. The thing that suddenly flashed on my screen was a Stonehenge solstice image, and I was just like, what is my computer doing? It's possessed. But because I didn't do something apparently. Anyway, totally frivolous note. Got my eggnog. So this one is the older one. It's like, I don't know, about at least 3 months old now. That is a mix of, besides the eggnog stuff like egg cream, etc. This has whiskey, rum, and brandy. And this one, which is, I don't know, 3 weeks old now, has brandy, tequila, and sherry as the alcohol. So I'm going to try the old one first. And oh my god, that is so freaking awesome! It is. Sorry, I'm so in love with my fucking Earth Wombat. Hello. Yes, you're okay. You're someone who did some really out there characters as well. And yeah, it's weird if people take it serious. This is the newer one, which is also super yum. It's kind of lighter and smoother almost. Oh, Safa, did I get ice? Did I fucking what? I've got lots of ice. But I'm also just drinking eggnog at the moment. Yeah, it does kind of look like milk coffee, and that's because I used a brown sugar syrup in it. Like, if I'd used caster sugar for the sugar in this, it would not be as dark, but I used brown sugar. So it's a little bit dark.
I'm looking forward to my dinner tonight.
Well, what are you having for dinner tonight?
Well, I grilled a chicken for 2 hours last night. Still didn't tell me why it couldn't cross the road.
Yes. It should have talked before you got it, and you grilled it for 2 hours.
I love the English language. You got those, grilled means two different things.
Exactly. And which is why non-English speakers have so much trouble learning English. It's kind of like, I'm sorry, the rules aren't consistent. Sometimes we're following Germanic rules. Sometimes we're following French rules.
It's the French. It's all the French's fault.
Sometimes we're following Italian rules. It's just, another thing.
No, it's the French. We all blame it on the French.
Which is fair. To blame everything on the French is completely fair.
Yeah. The thing to remember is that English is a combination of Anglo-Saxon and French.
Yeah.
It's, that's really narrowed it down a lot. I mean, obviously it's evolved and changed since then. But effectively what happened was you had the Celts and then the Anglo-Saxons and the Jutes, so Anglo-Saxons. They basically came over and they kicked the the natives into the crappy areas, which is Scotland, Wales, and Cornwall, and that's where we got Gaelic.
Yeah.
And then a long time later, the Normans came along from France, and so they killed the king and basically took over. And there were two languages going on. There was Anglo-Saxon, which was the majority of the normal people, and then French was the aristocracy and the landowners and things of that nature. And then Normandy got conquered, and so the French were like, the Normans were like, this isn't a colony anymore, this is now home. And so that's when the two tribes, started to merge, and so did the languages. And if you listen to French enough, you'll hear English words keep popping out because the roots of them, anything that ends up with shun on it, information, things of that, those are French. And French is a less precise language, so they have lots of words that mean the same thing, whether it's hills or mountains or dales or, et cetera, et cetera. Rivers and streams, and, they're just, extra words to add, and the reference to which version you're talking about. Just to,
So I'm saying Russian aristocracy talk French. The aristocracy across Europe spoke French. It was regarded as the sophisticated language.
Unlike the people of France.
Where they have very regional dialects and get very feisty about anyone who criticizes their dialect.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, do you remember I told you I had an accident at karate and I got injured?
Yes.
Do you know I'm still suffering with that?
Oh.
Yeah. I basically landed on my backside and damaged my coccyx, and I have to keep sort of tilting and changing. There's a reason why you see me moving around all the time.
Okay, well that's fair.
Shift my weight around to get back into an area where it doesn't hurt as much. But and all it was just some improvisation work. I know you can make the screens bigger and closer. Can you make it bigger again?
This one?
Yeah. So I'll show you. I'll explain what happened to me. So we're doing a bit of self-defense work.
Yeah.
So with self-defense work, it's someone's grabbed you or someone's strangling you. So if someone's strangling you, imagine they got their hand like that. You put one hand through, one hand over, and you just step and turn, and it forces it apart, and you can't grip that long. If someone's grabbed your arm, just rotate. They can't keep it there. Things like that. So someone's grabbed you like that. What you can do is you slap them, grab their hand, you put your thumb on the top, and then you can just rotate them like this and just push just above their elbow, and they're like this, very controlled. If you really want to damage them, if they had a knife, for example, then you can just go wham just above their elbow, and they're not going to do a lot of harm when their arm's flopping around because it's been dislocated. So that's the kind of stuff. Well, so one of the things we were doing is something along the lines of that, where so it's like, what else can you do? So it's like you've got them over, kick them in the stomach. Then when you bring your foot back, stick it behind them, and then you can just knock them over your leg and you run away. So very, very basic stuff. Well, I've done this many times, and the guy that I work with, Connor, he's the only guy that's like my size. It becomes a little bit worrisome. Like last night, we were doing a bit of work on, and it's like, okay, find someone else your own size. And it's like, there isn't anybody else my own size. It's only senseis that can work with me to be anything close to and not my size.
Yeah.
Because they're all like, this tall on me. Anyway, So what happened was, it's like, okay, let's improvise, because we'll do the basics, and then we'll like, what about this? What about that? So, have someone over, elbow on their back, things like that. And so, so my partner Connor, he had me like one leg out, and he had me going forwards, and I'm thinking, this doesn't feel right. And that's the last memory I've got. I've got like a bit like if you bump your computer and the hard drive takes a bounce.
Yes.
And, your internet goes off for a second or whatever. You just get that momentary spot that disappears. So I've just got a couple of seconds of blank memory. I don't know what happened. All I remember is thump whack. So he had his leg going over, and I'm like getting me going forward. I'm thinking, this doesn't feel right, because we're on a concrete. Not concrete. We're on a badminton court. It's not concrete. It's like laminated wood, kind of thing.
Yes.
So when we take each other down, obviously we can't go slamming our friends, and sports mates on the floor. That would be dangerous. So what we do is like grab hold of them and guide them down slowly, and then do the finish, kind of, the tap. Well, I think, and I don't actually know, and he couldn't tell me either, which is a bit worrying, because you think, yes, you're right. It's 8-year-olds and younger. Most of them are under 13. Anyway, so what happened was, I think as I went over his leg, I think I might have rotated, and he didn't have a grip on me.
Oh yeah.
And so I just went, and I went bang right in my arsehole, right in my backside.
Yeah.
And then I went back and banged my head on the floor as well.
Oof.
So normally Connor and his brother, I normally walk them back to their place and ride home, because I banged my head. Because when I went like bang my head, and I got up, and I just felt myself feeling a little bit dizzy and queasy. I thought, what, I think I'll just sit down for a couple of minutes, and then the lesson finished pretty soon after that. And I said, well, because I've banged my head, I probably haven't got a concussion. I feel fine, but will you walk me back to my place? Because I didn't like the idea of riding my bike, and being a bit wobbly or anything. Who knows when these things are going to really impact.
Yeah.
It's a bit like when you can break your arm and you feel fine until the adrenaline goes away.
Yes.
And next thing you know, it's like, oh, I appear to have broken my arm. So they walked me back to my place. It was fine. But as I was getting to my place, I could already feel my backside. And the next day, oh, God, it hurt, honestly.
Oof. Yeah, no, if you hit right on your coccyx, that's bad.
Yeah, I bought a cushion with a gap in the back. So, my bum can sit on it, and it's not putting the pressure on it.
Yeah.
And this is like, what, three months later? Something like that?
Yeah.
And it's still causing me pain.
Yeah.
And it's just the pressure on a certain point. If I sit straight,
Yeah.
I've got to. It's best if I sort of lean sideways, one side or the other. But the other thing was that I just couldn't get any sleep either. I was sleeping like a cat. I would go to bed, and I'd be all right sleeping on my side because the pain isn't no pressure on that point. And then I'd roll over in my sleep, and then I wake myself up with the pain, and then it's throbbing, and it's like, well, I can't sleep. I might as well get up for a bit. So I'll get up for a bit, and a couple of hours later, I feel like going to bed. So I go to bed, and then 2 hours later, I'd wake up because I've rolled over again.
Yeah.
So it was a bit like Red Dwarf the cat. If I don't have like 7 or 8 naps, I haven't got enough energy for my main snooze.
Oof. Generally, Australian health services are better than UK because the NHS has been so grossly defunded in the UK. All the waits and stuff are a real long way.
It's not just that. It's your bloody Australia's gone and taken away so many of our doctors and nurses because they'll actually pay them a living wage.
That is true as well. Yeah. Of that Earth Wombat, you did Taekwondo. Felt guilty when you kicked pad person holding it went a few meters back. Guilt.
Down.
And I was going to say, like, Laura, what you're saying, it's wrong. But I dislocated my finger a couple of months ago. I just slipped and fell in the rain, and I ended up having to have surgery, and I still can't bend it. It's like I'm pushing that down. That's as far as it goes, and I don't think that's right. Anyway, I'm going to see the surgeon on Monday, where I think he'll say that's not right. I don't know what he'll propose to do, but I saw the hand therapist a week or two ago, and she was like, no, you should be bending it more than that. And she's telling me to do this aggressively, just push it down as hard as you can without it causing pain, which is what I'm doing now. But yeah, that should be able to do that, and it just can't. Yes, no, this is not a Beckham finger, Safa. I cannot bend it like Beckham. And thank you for mocking my pain, Safi, you horrible, horrible person. I'm taking
it could be worse. Could be my finger.
Yes. Oh my God, there's an old Mel Brooks line where he's trying to explain the difference between tragedy and comedy. It's like, tragedy is if I get a paper cut. Comedy is if you fall into an open sewer and break your neck.
Yeah.
It's like, it's funny when it's someone else.
You know, I've actually got a pain that I got from karate as well, but it's a muscle kind of pain. It's basically the top muscle, that's sort of here. So one of the things we were doing was a sort of a piston punch. You sort of bring it back like the piston of a train, and you sort of go like that. Well, the thing is that RSI kind of affects it. It was always they always doing it on the left hand.
Yeah,
and
okay.
I don't know what it is, but basically I just pull the muscle on the top of and it's been like that since like before Christmas. So
Abigail saying, have I tried inserting my finger anally? Have you been talking to your mum? Okay. See, I was hoping with the title I gave this that I'd get some sad Trump worship had come in, and I had a whole bunch of your mum lines lined up. You've given me the first opportunity to use a your mum line. So I'm mildly disappointed. I didn't manage to attract any trolls with my very baity title for this stream about being an anniversary of one phase of Trump's first impeachment. And we'll see.
So I just save pictures that I find comical.
Yes.
And post something on the internet. So I'll copy
So
that.
do I. Yes.
I've got a bunch of new ones. And funnily enough, it fits the topic.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Epstein stuff I'm always here for.
Just hide that.
Jeff, my world.
Hey, Jeff, my
friend. You want to hear a joke?
friend
Knock,
for
knock.
years. Want to hear a joke? Knock, knock. Who's there?
Ah, okay. Joke about the redacted Epstein files. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just going. Abigail's just going. Funny joke. I'm putting Linux on your laptop now because she's still got my laptop. Oh dear. Now that's a drive. That's a drive letter I've not seen in a long time. Wow. Yeah. Floppy disk drives. Jesus. Okay.
German
Wi-Fi is the worst. Lol. Okay.
This house is like Santa's grotto. It takes an hour. It takes half an hour to switch off fairy lights, and assorted Yule illuminations feel like a Grinch now. And surely you know someone who can fit a timer.
Cherry Adams, for those who don't know, was the political leader of Sinn Féin, which is the political wing of the IRA. Jerry Adams was obviously in the IRA. And again, my favorite podcast, the Irish podcast, Blind Boy Boat Club, he used to have a default question when he was having a discussion or an interview with someone where he just randomly go, oh, I've got a question for you. Is Jerry Adams in the IRA? Like one of his recent ones, on his podcast, he did a thing from a live podcast where he had a journalist from the Dublin Times, and he just goes, in your professional capacity as a journalist in the Dublin Times, is Jerry Adams in the IRA? The guy's just laughing because he can't answer that. He's just,
Um,
man returns to work after vacation with Fred. I think I posted this one on Discord actually because I took 3 weeks off in December. Oh my god, that's a really good visual. I didn't get it at first. Michael Jackson's Bad with INXS's Kick. That is a really good visual.
I drove 75 miles in a winter storm to get a part for my computer. It was a hard drive.
Boom. I posted this one, yeah. An artist who...
And then there you go.
And that's a classic. Versions of this has been around since the 90s.
Yeah.
Put oil in my pan and America invaded. Yes.
So I thought you'd appreciate those.
I do appreciate those. There's some good ones in there. Also, clearly I appreciate because I had posted several of them on Discord. There was some... Okay, for anyone who doesn't know that the Logan Paul, who's the YouTube guy, one of the Paul brothers, and he fancies himself as a boxer, and he's like not. Like he could beat me up. That's fine. He's 30 years younger than me, but he's been doing these things where he does these boxing matches, and they've been bullshit. And the most recent one, you challenged a guy who was an actual boxer who punched the absolute fuck out of him.
Break his jaw.
That picture there of him having been pummeled for a while and trying to do defensive, and he just realizes that guy is winding up a punch that is just going to fuck me up, and he doesn't have the skills to block. So it's that whole thing of him looking terrified, realizing he's winding up for a punch that's just going to fuck me up.
I saw extracts of it. He just kept grabbing hold of his leg like a cat.
Yeah, and he would grab him and he'd sort of go on one knee. I did see someone did a very funny animation. This is how the fight went. Where it was just like Logan Paul going and taking a knee, and the boxers just go, "Ref, you got to do something." He just keeps taking a knee, going to fuck out. And Logan Paul's going, "No, keep going." He's going, "I'm just going to hit you again, man. Are you going to punch me in the same spot?" He goes, "Yeah, probably." And Logan Paul goes down and goes, "Oh." And just go, "Wait, if I get up and you're going to hit me again?" "Yeah, man, just go down." So, but are you going to hit me again? "I am, yes." It's very silly.
I have to another group of pictures that I found amusing the other day, which was Lego brought out some Star Trek figures.
Oh, yes.
And I thought these were, quite amusing.
I do love Star Trek minifigs. Okay.
Yeah, so that's Pulaski and Tashiar.
Okay.
And then there's Chief O'Brien. I don't know. Oh, yes, of course. He does the kayaking, doesn't he?
Oh, I'll take your word for that. Okay.
And then there's Data and Joy.
Oh, in the holodeck, yes.
Yeah. And then another Data.
Yeah.
And Troy with chocolate ice cream.
Yeah.
And Picard with his flute.
Yeah.
But this was the one for Beverly Crusher.
What the fuck is going on there?
Sorry, did you forget? There's the episode in the 7th season, I think it is, where she basically falls in love with a ghost.
That sounds... yeah, no, Abigail is laughing. She gets it. She's the Trekkie. Are these official Lego minifigs you're showing us?
Yes.
Okay. They do... Lego make very funny minifigs these days. I am vaguely familiar with the whole thing of her and a ghost, yes.
Basically, her grandmother dies, and she gets this candle, and the candle is the root that keeps the ghost from coming back, who's basically been a grandmother's lover for, and he's been doing it for centuries kind of thing, passed from one woman to another. And it's basically she's got this candle and she gets fucked by a ghost. Short version of it, really. And it's just the fact that, there's the picture of her with the thing. I don't know whether the ghost goes with that. but the ghost is definitely a Lego figure. So
Yeah.
I saw it and I couldn't help but laugh. It's like, of all the things, it's like, what's Beverly known for? Fucking a ghost.
Yes.
That's all they've got. Oh, I thought that was so funny.
It's pretty good. Abigail clearly thought it was funny as well. She's a resident Trekkie.
Yeah.
Paul Van Dyke is a DJ. I'm not sure what that is in reference to, Charlie. Over 99 years old, Paul Van Dyke. Oh, sorry, Greg, was I saying Logan Paul? It was Jake Paul and the thing. And you are right. They are basically the same person. I'm at this stage of the night, even though it's only 11:30, I'm like not to be trusted with anything I say or think or try to remember. It's going to be all over. You're replying to Safa. Okay, I think I missed whatever the fuck Safa said. That's okay. I am incapable of concentrating on text at the moment. So, but is no one else joining for Angry Bunch? I put the link out. I'll put it there again if anyone wants to join. It's all good.
I've got one more sort of thing to share. That what have I been?
Yeah, no, do it. I love it.
So I had the real fun time of everything going wrong at the same time.
Yeah, that's always fun.
So I basically got a bunch of money because stuff got mixed up anyway. So I had a bunch of money coming. So it's like, you know what? One of the things I wanted to do but never got around when I had the inheritance thing.
Yeah.
New bedroom.
Okay.
You know, I mean, I was using a wardrobe from the 1960s, and if it was that young, you know. So anyway, so I had to drag all these things out. Well, in order to make room, because I had a room full of clothes and stuff. So in order to make room to put up the new furniture, it's all IKEA. I had to take all my clothes and I just dumped them in the kitchen in front of the window. So you can imagine you're looking on my treadmill, of course. So if you imagine looking out the window and the clothes are at your feet, and it's like nearly waist high. I've got so many clothes. I really need to either lose some weight or lose some clothes that don't fit me because I'm too. Anyway, so down to the right of that is a cupboard, and in that cupboard is my gas meter. So the gas boiler is at the top, and it's just like you turn the hot water on, it heats up as you go through and just comes through the pipes. It's not like a old British style, which is like a water tank that keeps it warm, and then when you use it, and then you run out. You know, it's so it's a mixer one. Anyway, so the idea I had, so when I took all the furniture out of the room, I discovered that there was mold all up the corner. So it's like, right, well, that's going to have to be treated and fixed. And done that now. But also, I hadn't been near my window for a while, so it needed a good wash. And so the mechanism of it is like a thing, so it kind of like rotates inside out because I live on the 10th floor. You know, no window cleaner is going to come and get a set of ladders here.
Right.
So as a result, the window turns inside out. So when I went to turn it inside out, I discovered that the hinge was broken at the top. So the hinge is like at the top of the window, and it's got like an L-shaped bracket on it, and that goes in a slider that goes up and down the frame. So it's broken, so I need a new window. So it's like, okay, well, what I'll do is I'll leave my clothes in the kitchen, and then and I won't build the wardrobes yet, because that way I'll be able to build the bed, sleep in the bed, but then move it out of the way when they come to replace the window.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when the gas meter decided it was going to break. So what I've got a smart meter, and so it's got this thing which, tells you how much gas electric I've got, And so I just pay for it over the internet, and then it just radios it back to say it's been paid and it credits the meter. Well, for some reason, it didn't credit the meter. So I'm like, look at it, and it's like £3.71. I bet I need to put some gas in. So I pay for some gas. And a few days later, I look at it, it's like £3.71. Crikey. And I forgot it was the same number. So so let me finish this story because it's a weird one. Anyway,
honestly, I'm loving the setup for it. I want the resolution.
Yeah. So all of a sudden, I've gone and put money in it, and it's not credited it. And so I went, I'll put more money on it, and it didn't credit it. And I put more money on it, and it still didn't credit it. And so it's like crikey. So I phone up the energy company, and they said, we'll send you 3 16-digit numbers that you've got to manually put into the meter in order to credit it.
Okay.
So now I've got to build the wardrobe so that I can move the clothes out of the way to get to the meter, because it just picked the most opportune moment to break.
Yeah.
So they still haven't replaced the window yet. This is November. A guy came on Monday to measure it because the first company that they came around to measure it went into receivership.
Oh.
So that they're not the first company isn't putting the new window in. Now I've got another company that's going to be coming in about a month.
Oh, good Lord.
So I had to build the wardrobes and everything in order to be able to do it. So it's been a bit convoluted.
It
But
does sound that way.
I'll show you what it's going to look like when it's done.
Okay.
Because I drew it all on CAD.
Oh, you actually did CAD design? Okay.
I do 3D CAD, right? So I drew it all on CAD. So you can see there's a wardrobe with a box on the top, and I haven't got this bit installed yet. The box is on there. So that was the first design, and then I added some shelves onto it. So at the moment, I've got a shelf in the top piece, but I haven't got the doors.
Okay.
And then on the other side of the room, because you can see the bed and this black dark grey looking thing here, that's the radiator, and above that is the window. There's the door. So and this is it. So just 4 standard wardrobes and like an L-shaped piece. The gap behind, I've got suitcases. I don't pay anything for a TV license, Safa, because I don't watch TV. It's all on the internet these days, isn't it? So at the moment, these boxes on the top and they're stacked up here, but eventually it'll look like this. So these are all IKEA bits, just off the shelf type stuff. So, so that's an example of what a wardrobe would look like. So I bought some new bedding. And I also bought, because I have twin. No, I don't watch iPlay. You're not allowed to use that, and because if you do, you got to pay a license. I like a double bed on a single, a double duvet on a single mattress. That way, nothing. I don't end up getting cold feet or anything.
Okay.
But I bought an extra king one so I can make curtains to go with it. So and so I thought, what am I going to do in the panels? Because it all looks white and it's boring. So I thought inside the panels, I thought I'll put some stickers in there. So I saw these stickers and I went, that looks nice. Oh, that's not the one.
Is it done yet?
There you go. So that was what it looks like on the sort of.
Is it done?
Doing cherry blossoms.
Yeah, I thought that looked nice on the blue.
Very nice.
And so I just sort of just to see how it would look, I took the picture and just cut out the middle bits, and because it's just that. It's the same picture.
Yeah.
I've just moved it over,
nice.
put it over the top. So I think that'll look really nice when it's done.
Yeah, nice design. Okay.
Oh, fuck, that's yum.
I'm going to show this to Charlie. So look, it is done, and I'll show you. Now we see why I did the filter paper. See the dark grain in there? It just means.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you perfectly.
Good. Okay.
I think I'm going to make an old-fashioned with this gin now.
I'm having Applejack with dry ginger.
Mmm,
Oh,
nice.
mm.
Oh, that reminded me, like, because I still have a bunch of that Applejack. I think that's going to be my next barrel age thing, an old-fashioned that's the Applejack with some whiskey, because those flavors go together so well. And I'll barrel age it for a while. Okay. Going over.
So, do you even have a TV license, Laura? Someone's
No, I mean,
some questions on the chat.
yeah, I saw it. So in all, if you watch TV, you've got to have a TV license. It covers the cost of the BBC.
Yeah.
They're now talking about doing a pay-to-view version of it, which is like, wait a minute, we're already doing that. You're charging us extra money, and then they're going to put They want to put adverts on it. It's like, well, that is one of the selling points of it. It's like, no, we should just get rid of the TV license. They get funding. That's it.
Yeah, the TV license seems like a very weird and outdated thing.
Yeah, it's way out of date. I mean, they came. You can still get two versions of a license. You can get a black and white one or a color one,
which is hilarious.
Yeah. Well, the idea was that in the old days, it used to be like reels of film.
Yes.
And so if you had a black and white TV, why should I pay for color that I'm getting? So they had a black and white license, and for people who had color TVs, you had to get a color license.
Yeah.
But everything's been done by videotape for decades.
Yeah.
So there should be no reason, but it exists because there's some old biddy out in, Cornwall or something that's still got it. But no, that the system is garbage, because it's like, being charged to watch TV. How is it the government tell you stuff? Oh, is it by the news and the TV? That every night when COVID was going on and Boris would get behind his podium and say, "Do this, that, the other," kind of thing, that would be the thing. It would be it was either at the start of the news or the end of the news, and it was the announcement for the day, kind of thing. So basically, you're charging people to get safety advice.
Yeah, it's just a weird, outdated idea, and
who was our prime minister during COVID? Was it ScoMo?
Australia.
Yeah, was it ScoMo or sorry?
Yes, mostly yes.
ScoMo,
and I think we occasionally forget the scale of his fuck ups. It started pre-COVID with the really destructive bushfires that he decided to fuck off for a holiday to Hawaii while really devastating bushfires were happening. Then his office decided to lie about it and say he wasn't on holidays. But of course, that was an unsustainable lie.
Yeah,
so he comes back, and at that point, everyone hates him for just fucking off while the country's in crisis. And then, when COVID happens, he was one of those pieces of shit who completely understated the seriousness of it. He's going, "Oh yeah, you should go to the footy and whatnot," and then, of course, the seriousness of COVID escalated on an exponential scale. And so it's like, okay, no, now we all have to stay at home. Everything has to shut down and whatnot. Then he fucked up the messaging for that. He fucked up the distribution of protective equipment for hospital staff and the general public. Then when we had a vaccine, he fucked up the initial rollout of the vaccine. He was just horribly, grossly incompetent. And over a 1 year period, he just
Morrison won 2019 due to full-blown lying from the media publication. It was one of the last years
that I feel that Murdoch could really control the narrative
Yeah.
to the point where Uncle Bill just had no hope in hell.
It was more than a little surprising because Morrison absolutely should not have won that, and it was definitely the Murdoch stuff pushing the Labor Party's proposed quite mild legislative changes around housing and whatnot. They
Mild? It wasn't mild. He was talking about. They were talking about. What was that thing called when you put your
he was talking about getting rid. He was talking about getting rid of the tax dodgers that only benefit less than 10% of the country.
Yeah.
Negative gearing.
Negative gearing. Thank you. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a pretty big thing in Australia, though. Like a lot of.
But the change. Why I'm saying they were really mild. The changes Labor were proposing would have affected less than 10% of the population.
Another big one
was fuck monsters just kept trumpeting it as it was going to destroy the fabric, and the messaging worked. And I agree with you. That was probably their last gasp. But what was doubly troubling and complicating is because Morrison is a detached from reality evangelical Christian.
Oh.
So when he won an election that by all accounts he shouldn't have won, he openly said that was like a message from God that he was destined to lead the country. And that's so fucking dangerous when someone leading a government legitimately believes God has said I should be doing this.
Another big one at the time, I think it's got worth mentioning is Labor came up with a really good idea of creating subsidies for trucks and utes that were electrically powered, and Liberal turned it around. Well, actually, Murdoch media turned it around, saying they're trying to take away Australia's weekends. By taxing normal cars more and stuff like that, that would tow caravans and stuff. Like anybody uses caravans anymore in the first place,
no, it is a 70s mentality. But mind you, like we did have someone last night saying I seem less radical. It's like, oh dude, one of my many things, I think those ridiculous offensive oversized vehicles, the American influence ones, the trucks and whatnot, they should be taxed out of fucking existence. It's like, okay, I'm not going to ban them, but these things are so fucked and so destructive and so negative to everyone else. It should cost 10 times more to register that. Like, okay, fucko, if you want to have this antisocial piece of shit on the road, you are going to pay through the fucking neck.
It's bizarre that these things exist. We have to climb up into it.
Yes. And when they're in traffic, you can't see past them. They are a menace to everyone. And it's just like, no, if you want to drive something that fucking stupid, you should be paying. And I'm not even exaggerating. I would make the registration costs for those vehicles, because they cause so much damage. The government and the people end up having to pay for the damage they cause. It's like, okay, well, we're going to charge you for the ultimate damage. Your rego is going to be 10 times higher than, say, an EV sedan.
This is what we've had the same kind of thing in the UK, that effectively the motor companies, the companies making the cars, the automotive industry, have sold this idea that the big SUV is safer and you get a better view and things like that. But interestingly, they also cost a shit ton more. You would think, wow, why would they want you to buy a more expensive car? And then it's like, there's a pothole problem in the UK. I wonder fucking why.
Yeah. And also because, again, having been in the UK, once you get out of the major cities, the roads are really narrow and small. And those vehicles are a fucking death trap on those roads. It's just like, and okay, I remember way back when these supposed SUVs, sports utility vehicles, as the US dubbed them, like 20 years ago when they first appeared, there was a really interesting article. Malcolm Gladwell did a bit of research and interviewed people from the different motor companies when the first US manufacturer, because they found out some people were paying money to get ex-military Humvees. They wanted to drive the Humvees on the road, and they went, well, we actually make vehicles that big. Could we release them as consumer vehicles? So they released the first one, and it was an absolute piece of shit. It was so expensive,
H1,
and it was such a piece of shit. And they just went, ooh, and they released it, and it fucking sold out. And they were like, oh my God, people are idiots. They're buying this car that's a piece of shit.
It still sells for a lot. Those secondhand H1 units still sell for a fortune. Arnold Schwarzenegger owns like 7 of them.
Yeah. Oh, good. I remember. Okay.
H2 came out, and that was a piece of shit. They made that really cheap and nasty.
Yeah.
But the H1s were like almost the quality of the army, you know. So
yeah,
they were very
they
well
weren't the military vehicles, but they were modeled on the military vehicles.
Yeah, they were built really well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know what? Whenever I hear Arnold Schwarzenegger, my sort of, my joke pops into my head again. Whenever he's in a fight scene, it's like, and he makes a kind of noise.
Yeah.
It always sounds like a Staffordshire Bull Terrier with a rope.
Yeah, playing with a rope, yeah.
Yeah. It sounds exactly the same. The other thing you mentioned, you were talking about COVID, and we had this wonderful idea. The Rishi Sunak became Prime Minister after Boris. Not after Boris.
UK, there was a couple of years where UK politics was an absolute fucking train wreck.
It was a shit show, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It went from Theresa May to Boris Johnson to forgotten her name now. She was only in for 10 weeks.
Truss.
What's the thing where she lasted less than a cabbage or something?
Yeah,
and
I know that because of the lettuce. Yeah.
And then Rishi Sunak. So when Rishi Sunak was the Chancellor of the Exchequer for Boris, they came up with this Eat Out to Help Out, because basically what happened was
go out to restaurants.
No one could go to restaurants or anything. So that industry was just dying.
Yeah.
And so they came up with the idea we'll subsidize them for 3 days a week. And if a group of you meet up, you can get 10 quid off your meal.
Yeah.
And it was really popular because everybody'd stuck inside for 2 months or whatever it was. And then they do this thing, and all of a sudden the cases of COVID went up. What a surprise!
Yeah. Yeah.
What movie are you doing tomorrow, Angry?
The worst in terms of denialism was the US. That was astonishing. They killed hundreds of thousands of people that didn't need to die. I think the UK might have been second, whereas Australia, we had serious lockdowns. Here in Victoria, because all the decisions were made at state level. In Victoria, we had a real explosion of cases, and the then Premier Andrews went, okay, we're going to do the lockdown. It's everything. It's lockdowns. It's curfews. Again, every now and then I think of it there was an actual curfew. I wasn't allowed to leave my house in the evening, which is fucking well. But because we had a sort of out of control number of cases, and he said, we're going to do this to bring the cases down. And all the conservative opposition was going, this is stupid. This won't work. Fuck me. After 6 weeks, we went from having hundreds of new cases a day to having 0 new cases. It actually fucking worked. Hell. Who knew? And none of the conservatives ever admitted that it worked.
In my head, you can't mention COVID in Australia without that Gladys Berejiklian chick. The New South Wales Premier.
She fucked us. We were all making sacrifices and keeping the numbers down. And then there was an outbreak in New South Wales, and she just went, we're kind of sick of locking down. and they just let it run riot. And then everyone went, okay, you know what? It's just running riot. None of us are going to fucking try anymore. Thanks,
That
New
and
South
it
Wales.
was also there was a ship that came up.
The Ruby Princess.
That's right, the Ruby Princess. Yes, and
Everyone
yeah,
on this fucking cruise ship
everyone on
had
board had
COVID.
COVID. Yeah,
And the New South Wales government let it dock and let all the customers go out, all the passengers go out without tracing them or isolating them. And so, wow, okay, cool. But I also love when people say, oh, lockdowns didn't work. I'll just compare Australia to the state of Florida, which had almost no lockdowns because of the Republican governor and bullshit. Florida has roughly the same population as Australia, and 2020 2021 Australia had about 4,000 5,000 COVID deaths. Florida had like 50 60,000 deaths,
It's
and it's
crazy.
just like that's the difference between lockdowns and no lockdowns. It's tens of thousands of people dead.
And the crazy thing about it is, it all came about because Donald Trump went, you should stay at home, but you don't have to if you don't want to. And it's like,
But that's America.
and he turned
Freedom, yo.
he turned it into a political decision. If you're Republican, then fuck the rules. We're going to go out anyway because freedom. It's yes, the freedom to get COVID and die.
yeah. A whole lot more Republicans died because of they refused to take any COVID vaccines.
Yeah, it's only thanks to gerrymandering that they didn't kill off pretty much everybody who votes for them. Look, at one point in the UK, we had like 1,600 deaths a day, and just
Yeah.
to give
Remember,
you how bad that is,
I remember Donald
there are
Trump.
only 1,440 minutes in a day. So more than one person a minute was dying every minute.
Yeah, it's pretty nasty.
Yeah,
But yeah.
Donald Trump just injecting bleach. Remember that?
Oh God, that press conference he did about sunshine. Could you just go out in the sunshine and you could do it with bleach? Can we inject that? It's just like, oh my God, what in the fuck?
Yeah,
and he had a few more brain cells then than he does now.
And then what's his name? Joe Rogan got on the horse tranquilizer.
Oh, fucking ivermectin.
Ivermectin. See, I forgot all the names, but I know the stories. I still remember all the stories because it's like they were like highlights in a TV show,
They wanted to deny reality, but come up with a fictitious alternative. It was just like, it was so fucking weird.
Doing anything they could to come up with anything, yeah.
Well, wasn't ivermectin like a dewormer for cattle or something?
It was some sort of. It was a legitimate medicine for horses. It's like, and someone latched on to, because it does this for horses, it could work. And no, it doesn't. It doesn't protect humans from COVID. It just doesn't.
Hashtag Americans.
Yeah.
There were a few people who died because idiots injected themselves with bleach.
Yeah, there were a few, and there was a product that sounded like ivermectin, but it was used for bleaching fish tanks, and there were a couple of cases of people in the US drinking this thing that was for cleaning fish tanks and dying because it's poison.
Yeah, didn't Dan Andrews fall down 2 steps and break his arm or something like that during that time as well?
Dude, I fell no steps and fucked up my finger. So if you slip 2 steps and your back hits the corner of one of those steps, you're fucked.
Yeah.
That's what happened to him. He slipped and
went backwards.
Yeah, it was only like 2 or 3 steps. But yeah, he fell backwards and smacked onto one of the steps with his back. Yeah, absolutely, that'll fuck you up.
Back in the early 90s, there was a TV show on the ABC called Big Square Eye, and they would have kids on from early high school, year 7, stuff like that. And one time our school got picked to come on, and a bunch of kids in the classroom all got up and did like like challenges, but really they were just testing you to see if they want you on the show or not.
Yeah.
And they picked me. And so in my turn to come up, they called me up and I fell up the staircase and
Oh, no.
smacked my head on the top step.
Shit. Yeah.
And I had to be let out and back down the staircase and out because I had blood dripping down
Oh,
my
my God. Oh, God.
You know, it's quite funny.
I was
Really.
so excited. I'm going to be on TV, you know.
And you smacked your head. Jesus.
You know, it's quite funny how the head and face, you know, has a lot of blood vessels and things like that can be damaged quite easily, but actually usually not that bad.
Yeah,
Oh, your scalp
was like
Your
that big
scalp
on my
will
head.
bleed
It was
like
tiny.
fuck from a minor injury.
Yeah.
Mm.
You know, so you get people are just like blood dripping down their face and stuff
Yeah.
like that. And it's like, yeah, it's just a scratch, really.
Well, that was the thing. The wrestlers in WWE and whatnot, they would do a thing. They would actually have a little blade concealed in like some bandages they had on their hand. And when they got hit, they'd go, oh, and they'd cut across their forehead. And it was a really shallow cut, but it would bleed like fuck and look really dramatic on TV. And this was a 90s thing. And you can actually see a lot of the wrestlers from the 90s, their forehead is a mass of scar tissue because they would get paid more if they bled. So they would do a thing where they had just a little point of a razor blade hidden somewhere in like some strapping they had on. And when someone hit them, they'd go, oh, and slash across their forehead. And it would just bleed profusely. Like it's an incredibly shallow cut, but it would bleed profusely and look really dramatic on TV.
I've got a question, Australia question.
Australia
So,
question.
In Britain and football in general, soccer, you know,
Yeah.
we have this amusing thing where ever so slight foul, you know, someone gets their kick, you know, shin kicks or something
And
like
falls.
that, you know, like this, holding their face as if they've been kicked in the face or something, rolling around in agony, and that's how they get fouls and stuff. I don't know.
Pulling for a free kick, yeah.
Is there anything of that nature in Aussie rules football?
Oh,
Just
no. You would get laughed out of the fucking game if you did that. It's all about the hits and whatnot. And there are lots of rules. Like you're not even allowed to hit someone from behind. You have to hit them front on. But it's the thing that trips out Americans in particular. Not so much the Brits, because you see rugby, people with no protection just fucking hitting each other.
Yeah.
Like American football has so much padding and whatnot. And there's now a thing, it happens once or twice a year. There'll be both an AFL game and a rugby league game played in Vegas in a big stadium. They fly the teams over there to play one game because the Americans go and they just see these guys, big fucking beefy guys, just running at each other and smashing into each other with none of the padding that the American football. And they're just like, what? And rugby league is just fast and smashing into each other with apparently no protection, whereas AFL, the Australian rules football, is particularly the leaps and the aerial stuff that freaks Americans out. That they will just do stuff like, that looks dangerous. Is that guy going to get hurt? And it's like, yeah, probably. He's probably going to get hurt doing that.
It reminds me of one time I went off to the US and my friend was working, so I basically was just like sat in their house and I had a key, so I just went for a walk, and so you know, and there was some like people, you know, playing a bit of baseball, and so I just sort of sat and watched them, and you know, someone did something, I went like, clap, well done, kind of thing, you know.
Yeah.
And they said, hey, do you want to come? Do you want to play? It's like, yeah, sure, why not? It's like, have you got a mitt? No, I'll be fine. Like, you need a mitt. No, I'll be fine. And then one time a ball came and I just went like grabbed hold of it and just, you know, pulled it back.
Yeah.
And they were like amazed that I could catch a ball without a mitt. And it's like, sorry, cricket?
Yeah, which is a smaller, harder ball.
Yeah. and usually going a hell of a lot faster.
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, it was quite comical that they're just astounded that someone could catch a baseball with their hand without a mitt.
90% of my cricket I would play would be with a tennis ball, though.
That's backyard cricket.
Mm.
Do you know?
But yeah,
really
again, I say it regularly. That's why I've got a crooked finger here. High school playing cricket with no gloves, and I was batting, and guy in the team was a devastating fast bowler. Like at 15, he was playing in the seniors, just local stuff. But he was playing with adults because he was a devastating fast bowler, and because he was a couple of years younger than me, I just thought, I'm going to sort this fucking guy out. I'm going into bat now. And it's just like, and the fucker pitched something short at me, and it's coming up, and I'm like, I'm going to do this. I'm going to hook this to the bat. But it was so fast. Instead of getting to the bat, I got to about here, and it smashed into my hand. And I was like, ah! And it was one of those things where that was a pretty bad injury.
Yeah.
And my brain just went, that was a bad injury. Fuck this, I'm out. And so I took a couple staggering steps and fell over. But what everyone else saw, because this guy was such a fast bowler, it was a short one, and it came up at my head. I mean, it seemed to hit somewhere, and it went straight up in the air when it hit me. And then I took a couple staggering steps and fell over. They all thought I'd been hit in the head because it happened so fast. They thought I'd been hit in the head, and I staggered and fell over, and everyone ran over to me. And they picked me up, and one of the guys looked, and it's like the finger, there was blood, and the fingernail was like hanging off because it had just been smashed. And he's just going, oh no, it was his hand. He's got a fingernail job. And it's weird. I love, bodies are so weird. My finger got smashed, and my whole body and brain just went, fuck this, I'm out. Yeah. It was like it was the top bone. It's not even the whole finger. It was just the top bone in this one finger, and it got literally smashed. But my whole body went, yeah, fuck it, I'm out. I'm just not doing it.
It's an amazing thing, isn't it? Vomit. Was there vomit involved? Because usually vomit is involved.
I was this close. I felt very, 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 very sick. I was this close to vomiting.
Yeah. Too hot, vomit. Too cold, vomit. Hit by something, vomit. Vomit seems to be the body's answer to everything.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's basically
everything went
around too much.
So humans do vomit in the same way as anime figures do nosebleeds.
Nice. Earth Wombat, you're good at putting yourself in front of a softball ball. Oh, that's bold. You're going for the walk. You just actually step into the pitch so you get a walk.
Safa asked, how did England go in the Ashes? I believe it was shit.
4-1 to Australia, yes. But England get to cheer. That was the first time they'd won an Ashes match in Australia for 14 years or something.
The thing about the British is we invented at least two sports that became worldwide ones, and then all the colonists showed us how to do it.
Yeah,
we taught everybody how to beat us.
Well, rugby. Oh yeah, rugby. Yeah.
Well,
but
rugby.
I know cricket. I was trying to think of the other one was, and I was like, oh, duh, of course, rugby.
And then I was thinking soccer as well. So 3.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. The rest of the world's all better at soccer now.
Yeah. The most amusing one is, I find there's a weird. When it comes to the World Cup, Britain stops if England are playing, and if they're playing against the Germans, it's like
it's World War II revisited.
Exactly, World War I, World War II, football every single time England plays Germany.
It is whenever England plays Germany, when the game starts, when the English crowd starts chanting 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2, just to put off the German players.
And the Germans are thinking, yes, twice we've won the World Cup, against England. or sorry,
Sorry.
defeated
Yes.
defeated the English. The thing that's funny about it is the Germans don't give a shit. They don't.
Well,
They're pissed. They're obsessed about the Dutch.
that's
Wow.
true. That's fair.
Yeah, the Dutch and the Germans, they're like, when it comes to the rivalry of soccer, that's the one.
Because
There
they're
is a
actually
joke.
physically close to each
There is
other.
a Dutch joke, which is, can we have our bikes back yet? Because when the Germans took over the Netherlands in World War II, they basically took bikes off people to melt them down to turn them into turn them into planes and tanks and stuff. So,
Reminds me of that joke from Austin Powers. There are two things I hate in this world: people who are intolerant of other people's cultures, and the Dutch.
yeah.
And there was the thing that Austin Powers' dad in the second or third movie was Michael Caine. He hated Belgians. It was just this random thing where he'd go on about the fucking Belgians. It's like, who's up? People don't even know who Belgians are. Who's angry at Belgians?
Yeah, I think that came from number one when Dr. Evil dipped his nose into the coffee and called it a Belgian dip.
Yeah, but it was also just, it was absurdism at its best. The fact that he was so virulently anti-Belgian, everyone's going, who's anti-Belgian? Who even thinks about Belgians? What is going on here? Also, I do love that Abigail brought up I love any classic Simpsons reference. But the Germans, Smithers, the Germans. And I swear to God, I never I always assume the joke is like the Germans bought the power plant, lost all the money, and then sold it back to Burns at a loss. And they say, you will find we Germans are not all sunshine and roses. And Burns goes, oh no, Smithers, the Germans are angry. What? And he's like belittling it. And I go, is the joke that the Germans actually instigated two? I think that's the joke. I think the joke is, what happens if Germans are angry? Well, you have world wars if Germans are angry. but Burns is belittling it. So I assumed that was the joke, but I'm open to interpretations from anyone else as well. But
now in Britain, the entertainment.
Yeah.
So I say that one again. I didn't catch it.
oh.
Me?
Yeah.
Just that they've lost their scariness by the 90s, because they've lost.
Because it was 50 years post World War II, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, one of the amusing ones is the German Air Force, that when they were reconstituted, like in the mid to late 50s or something, I think it was, they needed to find pilots, people who could fly. And the only people they had to find were Nazi Luftwaffe pilots. It's all they had at the time. It's like, oh.
Frank, you're here again. Yes, Frank is my German friend, although I knew him when he was living in Sydney. Regulars on the stream will know Frank is lead singer of the Sweets of Sin, because I've shared the videos on the Discord. I did see a very funny thing, social media post. Someone who thought, I don't know, they thought they were being insightful and edgy, talking about ICE agents in the US. Like, they're awful. They're like Nazis. We should treat them like we treated Nazis after World War II. And someone responded, no, I don't think we should give them jobs in NASA. Which I thought was pretty good, honestly, because it was a race between the Americans and the Russians to procure the various German scientists for their arms.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to find many German scientists left in ICE.
Yeah, it's really weird because I just don't do that weird country rivalry thing. I just don't believe in it. I tend to treat people as people. I mean, you can have a go at administrations,
Yes.
I mean, my sort of hashtag nickname for and it's I really wanted my hashtag to go viral, but it never did. And that's hashtag President Chump. I
President
really
Trump.
wanted it to, and not because of my ego.
Yeah.
It's because Trump has this real thing about calling people horrible names, and he's such a thin-skinned, arsehole that he would be really pissed off at people mocking him. I mean, apparently it's one of the main reasons that he went after the Venezuelan president, because he was dancing and mocking him.
Oh wow! Okay.
Yeah, it was like, don't
I
like
thought
him,
it was
and then when he
oil.
mocked him by dancing, it was like,
it was because of the oil.
It's just all a bunch of shite. I was trying to think. It's a joke that I've done a couple times, because early in his first term, when it was highlighted, like either his dad or his granddad emigrated to the US, and they were German, and their actual name was Drumpf, and they decided a more American version was Trump. So the name was Drumpf. That was either his dad's or his grandfather's name. And there's a period where people were trying to mock him with that, and it took off. So I was always like posting on social media, like, no, don't give up, everyone. Call him Drumpf again. I'm sure it'll work this time. And it's just like, I think the core thing is he doesn't give a shit about anything at all. I do agree with you, Laura. He's very shallow, and he is very upset by anyone who doesn't worship him. And he's incredibly susceptible to flattery and people giving him special awards. Like if you go, oh yeah, Trump, here's a FIFA Peace Award because you didn't get it.
Oh,
And the fascist woman from
the
fucking Venezuela who did get the Nobel Peace Prize, she
And
like
gave
gave it to
Trump
Trump
yesterday.
this week. And it's just like, but she knows what she's doing. She's just going, this guy is so shallow and so venal. If I give this to him, he'll overthrow the existing order in Venezuela and give me a position of power. It's a whole bunch of people have worked out how shallow and venal he is.
Do you know what? You know the thing that made me chuckle the most about this thing is that 19 seconds after this information came out, the Nobel Committee basically just pointed out that the rules are you can't give it to anybody else.
Yeah, it is meaningless. The fact that she said, I've given it to Donald Trump, actually means nothing. But you saw the pictures. He looked like
he won $1 million.
He was like an untalented 6-year-old who got given a participation trophy. It's just like, yeah, I'm as special as the people who do things. And it's just like, Jesus Christ. He's a fucking child. He has the maturity.
If anyone wants to see it, I popped it up on Discord.
Sorry,
it's
what?
Quite amusing. Just he's got his big old bloody poster and he's holding it like,
shit-eating grin.
Sorry, Earth Wombat posted a meme on Discord that said some news article that said straight men's physiological stress response to seeing two men kissing is the same as seeing maggots. And someone commented, what kind of weirdo gets a boner from looking at maggots? Okay, here's the picture.
Nobel Prize,
I'm going to share it on screen. I had actually seen this before, but he looks like the untalented 6-year-old who got a fucking participation trophy. Again, he's so shallow and so easy to flatter, and like him and Zoran Mamdani are best buds simply because Zoran didn't bait him and just you know called him Mr. President and Sir, and said, we both care about New York, and also because Zoran is young, handsome, and charismatic, and Trump's in fucking love with him. It is absolutely surreal. They are so diametrically opposed, but Zoran just went, you know what? If I'm not antagonistic, and I just say the right things, I'll stay on his right side. And Trump fucking loves Zoran Mamdani at the moment, which is so bizarre. It's so weird. But again, it's just because Trump is shallow, insecure, and incredibly easy to manipulate. It's just bizarre how easy he is to manipulate.
Yeah, the Tim
Oh, God, that
was a great example. Sorry, Laura.
The thing Frank just said there, have you seen the Trump cocksucking session with the oil industry? And it made me chuckle because it's like, we're going to take, we're going to invade, we're going to
Venezuela.
We're going to take we're going to take the oil. And the oil industry are like, get fucked.
Yeah, that would actually cost us a lot of money.
You want us to spend billions of dollars in order to rebuild the oil industry?
And it's not even the oil that makes a lot of money. It's heavy oil, which is for trucks and stuff like that, not for cars. So, they don't make much money off that.
Yeah, so it's shit oil. And also, it's going to cost a load of money to do it. And it's like, and it's an unstable situation. It's like, what? There are better places we can look, like under the sea.
Yeah, it's just absurdly high risk for the oil companies, and it's what Frank just saying Trump glazing the oil industry. The video should be on YouPorn.
It's a bit like what Wombat just said, rebuild what Trump destroyed. One of the things that we learned from Afghanistan and Iraq kind of thing is that the military are really good at blowing shit up, but they're not very good at rebuilding things, putting it back together again.
They really aren't.
No, they're quite bad at that.
Speaking of people that are just frigging the most, the awesome people in the, and that's trans women. So trans women are the peak of human achievement. We have been banned from sports events because of biological advantage. We've been banned from beauty pageants, which often judge character in additions to look because biological advantage. We've been banned from chess because biological advantage. So
the chess one is so weird.
Yeah, we got banned from chess because somehow, I don't know, like trans men's brains are smarter than women's brains. I don't know. I just want to finish off my stupid trope thing,
Sorry. So we just got stuck on that. That's all. Yeah.
So mind, body, and spirit, bigots confirm that we are superior in every way. Rise, fellow dark goddesses, and let them fear our terrible and majestic glory.
That does seem to be what they're saying, basically. Yes. But also, I was just going to throw in, I think the chess world has been slowly going insane because 3 stories. Yes, having some weird obsession about trans women in chess competitions is stupid beyond words. But there was a thing with a cis woman going against male grandmasters, and the male grandmasters were complaining, and it's because she was an attractive woman, and that was an unfair thing to do to a chess nerd. But then, does anyone remember the story where they were kind of claiming one of the guys in chess was cheating because he had a remote controlled butt plug that was buzzing particular things that was telling him what moves to make?
Yes.
So it's just like when those 3 stories all came out within about a year, I was going, I think the chess world has gone insane. I think they're just fucking losing it, quite honestly. It's just weird.
And the other one that came out last year there's a streamer that was doing a chess competition, and he had another computer set up over the left hand side, and
Yeah.
was using the other person's moves as his,
Yeah,
and
but that's
trying
really
to
basic
move
cheating.
by what the computer
Yeah.
did. Yeah, and people were following the algorithm and going, "Hey, that's a computer thing," you know.
Yeah.
By what the computer did. Yeah.
Yeah, that's just really obvious cheat. But again, those three things, and yeah, Frank, as you say, why would you divide chess along gender
Yeah,
lines?
that
Anyway?
was the standout out of all the things. Like sports, I kind of get, you know, because but even though there's testosterone
But
build up,
it's just kind of like when you
and stuff.
when you get the turfs and the right wing hate mongers going, whoa, no men in women's sport. It's like, what are you talking about? Because it's not fair. And going, sport is not fair. If it was fair, I could compete in the Olympics and have a reasonable chance of getting a gold medal. Sport is not fair. What do you mean fair? You know, Michael Phelps at his peak, he had absurdly long arms and legs and lung capacity. He was not a normal person. Michael Phelps was not a normal person. He had physical
You could pull a
advantages.
bong like it was going out of style. Yeah.
He had physical advantages that less than 1% of 1% of the human race had. Sport's not fair. It's like you need to get certain stuff right in your head, but it's not about fairness. It's about ridiculousness, bigotry, and political point scoring.
One of the ones that made me laugh was when Lance Armstrong had to dig at trans women cheating in sports.
Yeah, one of the most notorious cheats of the last couple of
Yeah,
decades.
yeah.
Yeah. Mind you, there was a thing, and this died, but it was very funny when they were pushing it. Some weirdo, repressed, right-wing white guys in America were trying to get a whites-only basketball league because they were like saying the black guys had an unfair advantage and they were going to do whites-only league. And everyone just like, yeah, you know what? No one would watch it. No, it would be stupid and boring as fuck. And no one
like
would
watching women's basketball. Yeah.
Yeah. Frank, sport should be about fitness. You didn't watch a single minute of the last Olympics? I'm not a big sport person, and which is weird. Okay, because living in Melbourne, there are two religions in Melbourne, and it's not Christianity and it's not Judaism. It's football and coffee. Those are the two big religions in Melbourne, and I'm an outsider on both of those.
Yeah,
I have
you are
no interest in the football, and I don't like coffee. Like I would literally be in a Christian church before I'd go to an AFL game.
I remember melting an American's friend's mind when I explained that I'm allergic to tea.
Wow, because they just think everyone in England just has tea.
Like breastfed on it or something, I don't know. But, you know.
I did see a very funny video the other day, an American going like, okay, the English think we don't know how to make tea. I'm just going to show you Americans make tea. And there's like a really nice loose leaf tea, and they had a teapot and a cow, and they're just all lining up, and they get loose leaf tea, and then they just put a spoonful of it into a cup and pour some water into it and put the cup in the microwave and turn the microwave. Like, oh yes, okay. A large proportion of the English population just had their brains explode when you did that. It's like, oh my god.
There's a weird American thing. I'm guessing it's not the same in Australia because you're so much linked to ours. In America, kettles are put on the cooker. They don't have electric kettles like we do.
I grew up with kettles that were put on the stove. But
right, okay.
Most people here would have electric, but Americans don't even do that. They put the fucking stuff in a cup and put it in a microwave. 90% of Americans
or a kettle
do that.
on the stove, yeah, because they don't have 240-volt power like we
Or
do.
they have a coffee. They don't drink tea. They have a coffee machine that.
So
Yeah,
it takes 7 minutes to boil water instead of 3 minutes like ours
yeah.
does.
But the American thing of putting the stuff in the cup and putting it in the microwave is fucking weird. But,
Yeah, we also put shit in the microwave too. By the way, yeah, Earth Wombat's right. My Sophie,
Oh!
I make fresh, beautiful coffees with this machine behind me, and then
Yeah.
Sophie will get up and fucking microwave them, and I'm just like, oh god.
Wombat speaks the truth. I thought English DNA was 10% tea leaf.
She would get kicked out of Melbourne, if they knew.
Yeah, it is. It's a thing.
Do you know what the huge irony is? Can't drink it, but I can make a very good cuppa.
But you're just a good hostess. That's all that means. And look, I could make some. I do drink tea sometimes, but extremely rare. I don't drink coffee. I could make someone a cup of coffee, but I just enjoy it.
Oh, I've got some.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Frank. When you were here, it was all instant coffee. At home in the last 20 years, people have gotten more and more sophisticated with the coffee they make, but cafes in the last 20, 30 years have really taken up. Home coffee was always instant coffee.
Late 90s, we kind of switched from Nescafe Blend 43 to
that was
cafes.
So, and then 80s, early 90s was all instant coffee. It started to switch in the late 90s, I think.
But we didn't start making our own coffees like that until like 2010. We would
I'm
still
not a coffee person, so I can't speak.
I'm just saying, yeah. 2010s was when we started doing it at home because what the equipment wasn't there and it wasn't affordable until like 2010s.
Yeah.
Oof. My friend went and spent £1,200 to get a coffee machine.
Jesus Christ, that's
I know.
That was $450.
Yeah.
Oof.
Australian.
Yeah, but $450 is like £200. Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
my friend has more money than sense at times.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
Some of these brand name ones, like they don't do anything. Like they've got the most minimal features on them.
All right.
Oh, yeah, wow. When people talk about a roast, they're talking about food.
Oh no, we have International Roast in Australia is the worst kind of coffee. It's like a powder. Coffee. It's not even granules. It's a powder, and it's when you go to like the waiting room at a doctor, at somewhere, or AA or something like that, and they're serving free coffee and crumpets or something like that. It's always International Roast, and you just go, no, I'll pass. Thanks. It's that bad,
No.
I'd love to know.
Roast is an 80s coffee.
I'd love to know why people think Earl Grey tea is good. It looks awful. It smells worse.
Yeah, I think it's because it's got health properties to it. Dr. Abigail's backstage, angry.
Well, that was bad timing doing that while I was over mixing a drink. I've had a whiskey old-fashioned and my barrel-aged gin oldfashioned. Now I'm having a rum old-fashioned and adding Dr. Abigail.
Hello. So my parents spent all my childhood heating up their tea in a microwave, drinking English breakfast tea, which tasted vile, and it put me off so many decades of tea drinking. And when I discovered Earl Grey tea, explosions of flavor and taste, it opened up to me, and suddenly I'm a tea drinker. That stuff is amazing.
I have liqueur, which is the same base flavor as Earl Grey, which is bergamot.
Yes, that bergamot in the tea, a little bit of lemon. If you put milk anywhere near Earl Grey, I will slap you.
Yeah, no, Earl Grey's not one you put. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
not right. Heine, when you say it doesn't have caffeine, are you a coffee drinker too, are you, mate?
Tea has some caffeine.
Tea has caffeine, and if you brew it long enough, it has as much caffeine as coffee has.
Yeah,
You're getting very black tea at that point.
Yeah.
My mother international roast put me off coffee until my mid-30s. I was lured in by coffee ice cream. Gloria Jeans. Do you know that shop, Gloria? I think they have more.
Yeah, they went broke a couple of years ago, but they were everywhere for a while.
Yeah, back in 2005, 4, something like that. I had a Gloria Jeans cafe with caramel latte, and
Wowzers.
I was like,
I'm drinking a
wow.
spider, by the way.
I like coffee, yeah.
Ooh, what flavor's your spider?
Vanilla ice cream. Pizza fucking messed up my order.
Yeah.
I got the right pizza, but they gave me the wrong fucking drink. So it's fucking Coca-Cola. And
a Coke spider. Okay. What were you hoping for?
I ordered Fanta because I don't drink Coke anymore.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna be up all night.
You know, it was the traditional drink for the rockers, the rockabilly types in the 50s and 60s was the lime spider.
Okay.
Which was, like lime cordial and soda with ice cream. And there was even a band in the 80s called the Lime Spiders.
Cool.
And it's like the lore behind it was the drink that the rockers drank in the 50s and 60s in Australia. They would all go to a cafe and have lime spiders.
With vanilla ice cream?
Yeah, it's vanilla ice cream and a lime soft, or if there was no lime soft drink, it would be lime cordial and soda. Yeah.
Okay.
Ginger beer spider.
I just want to
point out lime spider I get, but a ginger beer one could be a bit. A Fanta one I've tried. That's the thing. I worked in an ice cream shop, so I tried lots of combinations like that.
Okay. So after talking about Fanta, I'm just going to throw this out here. See who knows this term. If I say Fanta pants, what does that mean?
That means you're a ginger.
Only a ginger.
I'll get the
ginger.
You're a blood nut.
Yeah, which means orange pubes, so it's Fanta pants. If you're a true ginge, you've got orange pubes.
Tinge of the ginge and the minge.
I thought you were going
ginger minge. Yeah.
It's communist as well.
Only a ginger can call another ginger.
Yes, I love
Again, Tim Winton. Sorry, no,
Tim Minchin.
Bit of a fuckhead, honestly, but I have to admit he is a very good musician and songwriter, and I like it. And there's a whole bunch of React videos on YouTube, and I've seen a couple of different ones. It's like Black Americans, guys who are into hip hop, and they do reaction to songs they never heard before, and they have people going, "You need to react to this guy Tim Minchin doing this song," and it sounds like Tim Minchin's being down with about
because the first half of the song is set up that he's about to say the N-word.
Yeah, because he goes, that word, and it's like, and he says all the letters that are in it.
A couple of G's, an N, and an I.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Because
it's an anagram.
The videos I've watched it with black American guys just going like, yeah, this guy knows what. And then when it flips to only a ginger could call a ginger a ginger, just watching them just go, oh, he sucked me right in. I didn't. I thought he was going the other way.
The thing that I love about the reaction type videos are the sort of holding the breath. They're holding the breath. Yeah. He's sort of saying it, but he's not saying it, and then the punchline comes, and it's not actually the thing he's saying. It's like, so they're holding the breath, and it's like, oh.
Yeah.
By the way, Abigail, did you catch the pictures I shared on my PC, what I'm doing?
I saw them while fighting some aliens. So, yes.
All right, yeah.
Also, Abigail,
and I'm doing it and painting it in turquoise.
Did you see or like the meme that I posted? The guys at Shen Comics, with the thing where he's playing. Okay, now I need to look it up so I get it right. Oh, look, I'll try and find it and I'll just put it on the screen because I've had enough inebriation tonight that I can't remember basic words. Here it is.
I'm about to fight aliens again.
Yeah, so just before you do, I didn't tag you in this, but this one was pretty much for you. A meme. I do like this cartoonist. He used to call his comics Altered, but now he realized that wasn't particularly marketable. Now it's Shen Comics, which is a play on his name. So it's like Stardew coming up to, why are you just optimizing and automating your farm? Explore, talk to the villagers, get out the community center for fuck's sake. And he's, I'm ashamed. And then that face there, they'll never understand you, you know. But I do. See, I saw that, and that was for you. That was for you.
Oh, that is too real.
People watching it, not getting it, wondering why you're laughing so much. Like, that is a hardcore niche nerd joke right there.
Oh, that is so real.
So
and that's what happened when I played Stardew Valley as well. I earned so much, like a ridiculous amount of money playing that game, and then realized, oh wait, I have to talk to people too, and then did all the all the achievement hunting. Just focused on achievements. Hi, Soph.
Oh yeah,
I love having the comments on the screen, but I wanted to
yell hello in the middle of a conversation.
Yeah, we were just having a
conversation.
Hi. Why is your camera so laggy?
I don't know. The frame rate's pretty low.
Laggy?
Yeah, your frame rate is like really bad.
Oh, it's coming clear on our end.
You know,
no, it's just you guys, just your camera.
What are we? Okay, 12:30. No, I'll keep going for a while. We're all
every now and again you lose like 5 seconds of frames, kind of thing.
Oh, okay.
Laura's fine. Angry's fine.
Yeah.
And I'm on the other side of the bloody planet.
Yeah, Laura's on Turf Island.
Oh yeah,
it froze.
Yeah, it's really bad, actually, isn't it?
Yeah, it is quite a low frame rate, but we'll survive.
I gotta stop downloading the porn. Hang on, I'll turn off that.
Okay. Okay. Abigail was doing a joke there. I was just going, Abigail froze.
Yeah.
That was a joke. I get jokes. I understand jokes.
VPN.
You said?
I got someone.
I'm not.
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
All right.
Great success.
Oh, okay. This left field thing. I'm just thinking about recovery time tomorrow when I wake up and have my bacon baguette and watch something. I was thinking because I'd seen a couple of rave reviews. Charlie, have you actually watched the movie If I Had Legs, I'd Kick You?
You talking to me?
Yeah, have you watched the movie?
Sophie was talking, sorry.
Oh, sorry. So it's on your Plex, but have you watched the movie If I Had Legs, I'd Kick You?
Yes, I have. It's a very, very stressful film.
That's right, but I've actually just seen a couple of rave reviews.
Oh, it's a fantastic movie, but yeah, it's like, okay, you've seen Uncut Gems?
Yes, it's that level of stress.
Extremely stressful, but an awesome movie, right?
All right. And also, because Rose Byrne, I fucking love Rose Byrne.
Yeah, right? And it's good to see her not doing a comedy for a change, too.
Yeah. But like way back, because she was way back in Two Hands. She was a supporting role in that, but she was so good. And she's a fucking legend. Like she's been
I've got a
in
movie for us
Australian
to
and world
watch
cinema for
tomorrow if you're going to
30
do a
years.
second movie. It's
Say
called
again?
Waltzing with Brando.
Oh, what's that
And
about?
it's on the server, and it's Billy Zane
Mm-hmm.
and John Heder, and Marlon Brando pulls idealistic Los Angeles architect Bernard Judge from his ordinary life and persuades him to design the world's first ecologically perfect retreat on a tiny inhospitable Tahitian island.
Ah,
Tell me that
okay.
doesn't sound awesome, like
It does sound pretty good. Yeah.
trippy as. Yeah.
Oh, you know what? I saw a little grab of an old Humphrey Bogart movie, and I've not seen much Humphrey Bogart, honestly, because I was trying to, every now and then I try to enhance my film education and watch classics of the various genres, and I have watched one or two film noir classics recently, like The Third Man. Fucking great movie. That was so good. But there was this one scene, and it's Bogart and this woman in a bookshop, and it was fucking incredible. Like it was such a good scene, and I was like, "What fucking movie is this from?" And it's from The Big Sleep, and I was like, "Okay, I have got to watch
I haven't
The
done
Big
that one.
Sleep." No,
haven't watched Big
do you not
Sleep.
have that on the Plex? I thought you had that on the Plex.
I might have it, but I haven't seen it. That's all I'm
No,
saying.
I haven't watched it either. It was just this
Yeah.
one scene of Bogart going into this bookshop and kind of chatting up the wall, and it was incredible. It was just like 90 seconds. It was
I've got
so
a
good.
Robert Mitchum film from 1978 called The Big Sleep.
No, there's a Bogart, because it's a classic book. The Big Sleep is a classic book. Like that's a Dashiell Hammett
1946
book or
is the one
something.
I want, yeah. Oh, Bacall. Okay, so those two were together in another film called Key Largo.
That's Bogey and Bacall.
Yeah, and so is The Big Sleep.
Yeah, but also the scene I saw wasn't Bacall. It was a side bit, but yeah,
well,
Bogey and
Big
Bacall
Sleep
did a
is
couple of
Bogey and
movies.
Bacall as
Yeah.
well. How many films
Yeah.
did they? I wonder how many they did together.
They did was African Queen and
No. That was Katharine Hepburn.
oh, see there, yeah, you got me. Okay.
Yeah, I love African Queen. That's a good one.
Yeah.
And the Falcon one. What's it called? The
Maltese Falcon.
That's What Dreams Are Made Of. Yeah, that was a good one.
That's the classic.
Oh wow, they've done so 4 movies they did together.
Yep. They were a classic couple, Bogey and Bacall. But I swear, the scene I saw was not with Lauren Bacall. It was like a supporting character, but it was like 90, like 1.5, 2.5 minutes. It was fucking incredible, and I just went, like it was on Twitter, and someone like classic scene, and I went, yeah, okay, which fucking movie is this? And I had to and it was The Big Sleep, and I went, okay, I've got to watch The Big Sleep. Seriously, if the rest of the film was half as good as this one scene, it would be an incredible film. And everyone says The Big Sleep is a classic. So
yeah, I'll grab it.
Incidentally, talking about Twitter, how has Australia's news been talking about the deep fakes, naked women and children?
The fucking child porn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We banned that in Australia.
We're gonna make it. We're gonna monetize it. That'll solve the problem. What?
Oh, that's Elon Musk.
Yeah, no, we banned that.
He's such a fucking liar. It's just
so Elon Musk has an AI. What's it called?
Grok.
No, he has a porn AI that he has refused to turn off the ability to enable
No,
child porn.
it was grok.
Oh.
It was people were literally posting pictures of children saying, remove the clothes, and it would do it. It was the default Twitter AI grok, and he is,
and instead of
stupid as
turning it
fuck,
off, he just monetizes.
but it became, yes, you have to pay to be able to do it now. He is almost definitely, he's almost definitely going to face criminal prosecution in multiple jurisdictions. And again, but his head's so far up his own ass because he's in the Trump circle. He thinks he never has to pay any price for any fucked thing he ever does, and it's going to catch up with him.
Apparently, being able to make children naked is an assault on free speech.
Yeah, no,
he doesn't care about free speech.
No, he doesn't care about free speech. He's like all the right-wing free speech champions. He's a liar and a hypocrite, and is in bad faith. But he within, I think, the year, there are going to be arrest warrants for him in multiple countries. He's not going to be able to leave the United States because a whole spectrum of countries are going to have arrest warrants for him.
There's apparently it has been changed now. It will no longer do that.
Well, the last thing I saw, which may have been superseded, is you have to pay for the ability to do it.
Yeah, that was a couple of days ago.
Yeah, but I swear to God, again, he is a stupid, shallow, insecure individual, and he reacts way too slowly to other people going like, hey, yeah, dude, this is not acceptable. And it's like, it's usually just a couple of days too late, he realized, oh no, that country saying they will prosecute me literally means if I cross their border, I'm going to be arrested. And because he's just not very smart. He has been privileged his whole life, and he's been served up everything on a silver platter, and he has bought his own PR that he's a genius and whatnot, and he will he'll be constrained to the US. If he leaves the United States, he's going to end up being arrested.
Season 1, Elon Musk tricked me. I thought he was quite smart, but then season 2, Elon Musk, I kind of caught on,
like literally, how long ago was it? 5 years ago, 10 years ago, where he was, everyone thought he was Tony Stark and a genius. And if he had just shut the fuck up, that would still be the case. But he's a shallow, pathetic, insecure narcissist.
Yeah.
And he kept saying shit, and people are like, yeah, dude, that's really fucked. What's wrong with you?
Yeah. Remember the kids that got caught in that cave? And he's
and he came up with an absolutely impractical solution. And the people who knew how to save them said that won't work. And he called the guy a pedo, and
pedo guy, yeah. So apparently the latest thing on this grok thing is Elon Musk's X2 block grok from undressing images of real people. Will no longer remove clothing from images of real people in jurisdictions where it is illegal. That makes it better.
It was literally moving towards, realistically, Twitter being banned in Europe and Australia, and who the fuck knows where. It's like, oh, this is literally a child porn creation engine now. And
one of the things to remember about the child porn thing, okay? So some people will say, yeah, but if it's AI, it's not real children, so what does it matter? Think about it is, these are large language learning models, and they need to find sources to base it on. So they're using child porn to create something.
Wow, that's a good point, Laura. I never thought about that. Not that I was ever going to ever use it, but Yeah, that's full on.
But it also stems back to like the manga and anime that had child appearing characters in porn, and they would go, "Oh no, that's not a child. It's a 5,000-year-old spirit that looks like a 12-year-old." And it's just like, "Oh, back the fuck off, you weird pedo fuck! What the fuck?"
Yeah.
And it's the classic with all these absolute weirdo Trump inner circle freaks going like, well, it's not really pedophilia if they're 15. That's called ephebophilia. It's like,
you know who knows the difference?
Comedian.
Pedophiles.
Yeah. There was a stand-up comedian years ago who had a routine, and he went, okay, you know, technically there are different terms for child attracted, which is pedophile, and prepubescent, and also pubescent teenager, pedophile, and they technically got different names. He says, but do you know why people tend to not argue that stuff? Because you sound like a fucking pedophile when you do it.
It's worth, here's the real signifier. Okay. The pedo community has been keen to avoid being tarnished by association with Elon Musk.
Which, again, that's like an Onion headline. Pedophile community distances themselves from Elon Musk.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's up there with the United States driving test to include 3-point term while being shot in the face maneuver.
Yeah, just like Jesus Christ, the world's going to fucking hell at the moment.
Yeah, apparently the new Tesla feature is to automatically create explicit images of pedestrians that pass in front of the car.
And it shows up on a display in front of you and distracts you, so you hit one of them.
Oh, jeez.
You got me. You absolutely got me with that one, Laura.
What, do you think I was being serious at first?
No, it's just
it
is literally like one of those Onion headlines that feels real. It's just like, oh, fucking hell. And it's kind of like there's an Australian equivalent satire site that had a headline last year, and I fucking loved it. It was just like a picture of Trump with the headline, Australians missing the days where they didn't wake up wondering, what the fuck did this cunt do now?
Wow, that was stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the things that really just gets me. It's like, we've only had a year and it feels like it's been the whole term.
Yep, legit. Because he's done so much insane, cruel, hateful shit in 1 year.
Yeah, every day it's something new and stupid. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the Venezuela thing. We were a weekend, and it's like, what the fuck? It's like we've had a month's worth of stuff in a couple of days.
Yeah. But the big thing, I stick to my prediction. He's going to die of natural causes this year.
Look, if it's unnatural causes, I wouldn't complain either at this point.
Honestly, oh my god. Okay, sorry.
I'm
now
not
you've got me
Jack Black and disown you for that, but I don't think that would benefit anybody. Him getting killed.
I definitely don't. I do not want him to be assassinated. That would be anyone who had the thought of inflicting violence on him. That is a stupid, negative, destructive thing that would hurt too many people. I mean, he dies of natural causes.
That would be ideal.
Obvious thing
that
ever.
Would cause a civil war in the country.
His supporters will still go insane and say absolutely fucking ridiculous shit. Like, and they'll go, "Oh, he got poisoned by the deep state," and you go, dude, he was in his 70s, really out of shape, had a bad diet, and was under incredible stress. Of course he fucking died. That's just what fucking happens.
He's 80 this year, I think. If I'm
Is he 80? I don't know. But also, you see these pictures with his face dripping. He's definitely had at least micro strokes. He has definitely had multiple, at least micro strokes.
Yeah,
because you see the way his face slackens.
Yeah, that was in the 9/11 memorial.
Jesus fuck! He's clearly like his brain is pudding. He can't put. There was that video in the last week or so where he's in the White House with a big thing, and he just randomly stands up and goes, "Look out the window. Look at what's out there." And it's like, "Yeah, okay, Grandpa, excellent." Holy shit!
Jon Stewart did a funny joke on that. That was hilarious.
And then he comes back and he's handed a piece of paper that says, talk about Chevron. And he reads it out.
God, that was really hilarious. He got handed the thing and he went, Marco Rubio just gave me a note. And I was just like, oh my God, his brain is gone. His brain is just not working.
I've forgotten his name now, but there's a really good video on the Daily Beast, and it's a guy, a psychologist guy, and he's saying how he has got dementia, and he explains all sorts of things. And one of the things he talks about, and I forgot what it is now, but it's the thing when he was talking about Hannibal Lecter, the great late
yes.
Lecter.
Yeah.
And effectively, it was, they're sending people from mental asylums from like South America, right? So they're sending people from insane asylums. I watched this movie about insane asylum, so I'm going to talk about Hannibal Lecter, the great Hannibal Lecter, and it's just this. I forgot what it is, something aphasia, I think it's called. Yeah. And it just had, the weave is actually just him being crazy. He is dementia. That is the weave.
He's just fucked. Like you look at various things, he can't finish a sentence at the moment, and it is just like, and he did that thing like, they've been giving me cognitive tests, and I asked them all, it's like, dude, the cognitive tests is what they give people who are sinking into dementia to think, is today the day we take all the sharp objects away from you? And it's like,
he's
like you're the greatest brain ever.
Yeah.
Oh God, we are living in the most, like, I swear to fuck, I grew up in the Cold War in the 80s, being super worried we would die in a nuclear conflagration. And we passed that, and the 90s seemed hopeful. The 2000s seemed hopeful. I never envisaged the insane fuckery of the last decade. Just the level of stupidity and venality and just governments around the world lurching towards fascism is just like
the fact that he's on the brink of declaring war on NATO.
Yeah, the Greenland thing is ridiculous.
And that like half of Europe has deployed forces to Greenland because he thinks it's huge on a Mercator map.
Yeah, and it's this tiny island.
It's tiny.
It's just...
Greenland is really big, actually. It really is.
I mean, yeah, but by landmass, sure, but it's mostly glacier.
Yeah.
And it's part of NATO. Like, no one's invading it.
It's part of NATO. Denmark and the people of Greenland were like, yes, build more bases, expand as much as you want territory. Oh, and the companies that do like mining for rare minerals, they can come and do that too. So it's not like there's anything to dig for. It's nothing that needs to be owned. You can do it for free. You don't have to buy it. You don't need to own it. And I think ultimately this is Donald Trump, because he's doing this thing now where he needs to have a legacy. So it's
as if he doesn't.
The big monument, the big ballroom at the White House. It's the the Donald J. Trump Kennedy Center.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
everything needs to be renamed in his honor, kind of thing. So he's trying to basically build the statues that are going to last for, you know, for the next century or whatever. And I think that Greenland is, you know, when America bought Alaska off the Russians, and now it's going to be, you know, but it's like, and one of the bizarre ones was that, you know, we don't want China and Russia as neighbors, which is why we need Greenland. It's like, sorry, have you looked at the map? Alaska, Russia.
Russia.
It's literally, you got a bit of ice that connects the two.
Sophie was in stitches when she saw that one.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? We live in crazy times, and I legit 80s, 90s, I never envisaged shit as fucked up as this happening in my life.
Everything's backwards.
I don't think even, you know, like back when you were doing your yelling videos.
Yeah, no, 10 years ago, I did not envisage it as fucked up as this happening.
I know. The thing that's bonkers about it really is that you've effectively got a malignant narcissist who's now suffering with dementia. This is not a great combination.
It's not good. It's not good. I do think it will be kind of funny, like Trump dies, so you'll get President Vance, and then he'll suddenly realize how unpopular he is.
Oh, like he is so clueless. He has no idea. Hey,
Wombo, how you doing, brother?
Mic work, or is he bad sound again?
No, you're here. It's all good.
Okay. Going?
We are good. Oh, Hannah's popped up in the chat. Okay, sorry. Hannah's quitting because she's got to go and work in a warehouse tomorrow where it's going to feel like 30 and with 80% humidity at 7 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. It's just
so it's going to be very hot, very wet, and no ice
in the area.
I
the
found
dry
out
clothes, the wet. It's just like
I found out the phrase that I was thinking of. It's phonemic paraphasia. So that's the thing where he's supposed to say Christmas, but he ends up saying treacherous or something.
Yeah.
Because his brain can't make the words anymore. His brain, you know, the word in his head and the movement of his mouth aren't doing the same thing.
We were talking. Sophie deals with people with dementia a lot, and she noticed that he was getting bruises on the back of his hands all the time.
Oh yeah, that
remember we were talking about this. I think we brought it up in another Angry Aussie stream.
Yeah,
and the reason being is because he's on a medication that you take it intravenously, and it slows down the effects of one of the dementias, one of the Alzheimer's, whatever it is. I don't know how to explain it. Sophie could give you a full rundown of it all, but that seems to be, and usually people who are on that don't last longer than 6 months.
No, that's my big tip. He's going to be dead this year.
Yeah, there's a similar thing with he's had 2 annual fitness tests, and one of the things that they've been getting him to do is cognition tests, and he's aced them. You know, the thing about it is they only give those tests if they think you've got a problem. You know, it's like
we had 3 of them.
Yeah, so they don't give out CAT scans to everybody whenever they want. It's like, we think there might be a problem, let's do a CAT scan.
You know that, I know that, everyone here knows that. He doesn't know that. It's hilarious.
When he makes those speeches, it goes, I had a thing, I'm the healthiest president, which is an obvious untruth. I'm the healthiest president ever. It's just so obviously not true. And he's going, did anyone see the bit where he goes, they did the cognition test, and you have to remember things, and they show you a picture, there's a giraffe, there's a zebra, there's a lion, there's a crocodile, and then you have to remember them. And I remembered them all. And any sane human is going, wow, they really think your brain is pudding, and they are just trying to.
Yeah.
And it's like everyone else knows, and he doesn't. And it's like, Jesus,
It's
Christ.
hilarious.
Yeah.
It was
I
It's
think-
hilarious and terrifying.
person.
Yeah.
I always thought the first.
Yeah.
I always thought the first sign of Trump going down was when he was doing the Boris Yeltsin dance.
I just love he does that dance that
Yeah.
looks like he's
The
jerking
double
off two
fisting,
dicks.
jack off.
And it's near his
Yeah.
face. And he's just going like,
And
"Cheers on me, boy."
ironically, to the song YMCA as
Yes,
well.
he was doing that to the gayest song ever.
Unironically.
He's just going, YMCA.
Do you know what
We're
my
in
favorite?
the shower, then we're jerking guys off my face.
Yeah.
He
My
looks like he's
autistic
jerking
brain-
off two giraffes.
No, he's just on his knees and he's just jerking off a couple of guys.
He was thinking of Happy Harold.
So one of the things is my autistic brain makes connections where sometimes they're not apparent. And all I see whenever he's doing that dance is, do you remember Hot Shots? And you got the Lloyd Bridges thing, and he puts a piece of tissue and he's like going through his ear with a piece of.
Oh, yes,
Oh yeah. Lloyd Bridges doing that. Yeah.
Exactly. So when I
Awkward
see
ear,
that,
yeah.
when I see him doing that, I'm just imagining a piece of
Cleaning out
fabric.
the pipes that
through his
got
ears.
in his ear, yeah.
Up in hiding.
Heine, you can jump in anytime you want to, bro.
Yeah, take my spot, Heine.
No, you should stay here, Charlie. It's okay. I can have up to 12 people in here, I think. I'm not even sure what the limit is.
Another couple
Angry
of
can
stories-
accommodate more than you think.
I remember when you had 9.
There's another two
We're all,
Trump
we're all,
Oh,
we're all nice and squishy with
Yeah, we can fucking do it.
9 of us all squished up together.
So was that a joke when you said it's going to feel like 40 by 11 a.m. or is that real where you are? It's going to feel like 40 Celsius by 11. It's like, damn, that's nasty.
But you made me think of that joke in Hot Shots where Lloyd Bridges goes, God, I really wish I was 20 years younger and a woman.
I saw recently, like the channels, one that predate. I don't know. I forget where it was chronologically, but the Val Kilmer one, Top Secret.
Yep.
And there's one bit. And it's this weird thing where he's in a world that's an amalgam of the Nazis in World War II and the Soviets in the Cold War. It's very weird who the bad guys are. Are they Nazis or are they so? But anyway, his whole thing where he's a rock star and he goes in there and he's in prison at some point and his mentors come to see him and help him out. And he just goes, and you think, can you get me out of here? He goes, I've tried and I've worked really hard, but no matter what I do, I can't bring my wife to orgasm. And which is such a non sequitur. But then Val Kilmer hands him this box. And it's a sex toy. It's a huge sex toy where the end of it is a fist, and it's called the anal intruder. And it's like, that's the whole thing. And then there's a scene a few scenes later where it's like his guy has been found dead, but with a really happy look on his face, and the anal intruder is. It's just like, this is the 80s. It was a different and lawless time where you could just do shit and not care. And it's, my God.
And now we've got a president who thinks that way. You can do shit and not care.
Yeah. Also, Trump is
way
definitely.
he
He's
spit out
definitely.
lies.
Trump has definitely had porn stars do the anal intruder on him. Definitely.
Yeah.
I think the names of the porn in the 80s, the one that parodied Hollywood movies, they were funny. Don't know how many times I'd come home to find my brother watching one like the Sperminator.
Yeah. If you're old enough, when they would make feature-length porn movies that were parodies of either TV shows or movies, it was the golden age.
Oh yeah, we did. You had a stream where you and I went through like 80.
We were finding porn
like
parody
Edward
names.
penis
and it was
hands
just
and
like-
stuff like that. Yeah.
It was.
I I lost count the amount of times I'd come home and my brother's there in the lounge and watching a porn. It's like you're watching it in the main room, right at the door.
Yeah, why are you
did he have
watching
his,
this
did he have his
privately?
schlong out just
Yeah.
jerking it?
I didn't look.
Okay, look, I'm going back to when I was in high school. I did have one friend who had a big selection of VHS porn, and was like, "Oh yeah, we'll go up to Seb's place and watch this." And I was like, "Why are we doing this?" Because I'm just thinking, if I'm watching porn, I want to jerk off. I do not have a huge amount of interest in whipping my dick around you guys.
If I'm
So
going to do
we
this,
make a
I'm
joke,
gonna do it
particularly.
alone, thank you.
Yeah.
I knew
It's
this.
a personal thing.
I knew this fella. I met him in Brisbane in the late 90s, and he had so much porn. And I mean, you know, when you get people who have massive amount of DVDs or CDs of their movies and music, it was like that.
Yes.
It was friggin' incredible how much he had.
Have you seen Angry?
And then one day, he lost his virginity, and the next time I saw him, he got rid of them all. I think he kept around 5 of them.
Have you seen Angry's comic book collection?
Oh, here's the bag.
Do you know what? I'm actually disappointed because I was going to think you were starting to tell it, and then when as soon as you had in the you lost his virginity, my joke evaporated because I was good. I had this mate. He had so much porn. I said, "What? You went out? You were buddies with Michael Douglas?"
Yeah.
So okay.
Surprised how much he had, and then he lost it. I know who he lost it to because she told me, and then yeah, I went to his house.
Laura, you've done the 2 best jokes tonight.
Yeah. Legit, what Abigail is referencing is we're going through some boxes of my old comics, and we open a box of comics, and just under the first layer of comics, this bag is full of the Eastern European porn DVDs.
Oh my god. I've never seen so many penises in my life.
And did I actually send the box over to your place because I didn't know?
I've still got the box. You just took all the porn out of it, but you forgot that they were there.
Sexy names like she became excited by reading a book. The Private Teacher, Hot Young Girls. Sorry, there is Big Black Beef. Okay, sorry. Damn. One of them had a name that I found particularly funny. It starts with a kiss. No, that's not it. Oh no, sorry. Once they get ethnic, whether it's black or Asian or whatever, it's like, no, that's not cool. What the hell is that? Yana's friend comes over, and what a gift! See, that's the whole thing.
Yeah, Andrew's getting ready for the after party.
Jesus Christ, there are so many. But again, it's meaningless that I've got a bag with all these porn DVDs because, of course, the internet has far more on it. Looking for other toys. I'm going to get to it eventually because it's her first time. Literally, okay, is it going to be the last? Wait, where is it? There was one that's something about wearing a cat mask. It's so weird.
They're all weird.
At least we know why the plumber always comes late. So,
Private Teacher. Sorry, this is just all ridiculous. Okay, I don't know. I'm just going to put them back in.
You know,
but it was very funny when I took a box of comics out in front of Abigail, and just under the first level was a bunch of porn DVDs that I forgot were in there.
I'm glad I checked first.
Oh, definitely.
I did not need that.
It's actually quite funny because I'm asexual. So
when it comes to taglines, that's my favorite one. The movie's called Milli Vanilla. and the tagline is, "The band is dead, but the interracial sex lives on."
So that's a porn version of Milli Vanilli?
Hey, it's called Milli Vanilla.
So it's a porn version of Milli Vanilli. Okay.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. Oh my God.
Hey, it's only rock and roll, but I like it.
There are still some people who spend money in making porn parodies of like Marvel movies and whatnot.
Do they?
Which more power to them, I say, in just the modern internet porn thing. If you want to invest the money in an actual parody porn, more power to you.
Do you know, I made the joke ages ago that, you know, like, and I think I just blurted out, I said, I've been watching so much porn lately. I say porn, I've actually been binge watching Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
You know,
Yes.
but then I just remembered in this conversation, I'd forgotten all about it. So there was an episode of CSI, if you remember that show. And I've forgotten her name now. One of the main characters, anyway. She's like,
I see.
One of the crimes or something was about, you know, a webcam meeting people. You know, you could just like click a button, it'll just flip to the next person waiting in the file, you know, looking at you type stuff.
Yeah.
And so I saw that episode, and at the end of it, she ends up like flipping over, and it's a Marine in, you know, Afghanistan or something. And I thought, that looks really cool. I'm going to get a webcam so I can do that. That was when I discovered that 39, you know, no, 90% of it is basically men holding their todgers.
Yeah.
You flip
like
over, and it's like you keep hovering on that button because, you know, it's like, you know, you think, is it a man with his todger? Yes, todger. Real person. And then they start talking about getting the todger out, and it's like, oh, for fuck's sake.
I sent someone. I think about in the first 2 or 3 months after my separation with my ex, I sent someone my first dick pic. They asked me to stop sending photos of the Prime Minister.
Oh dear.
I heard of someone who got, you know,
working
when it comes to dick pics, the response is, you know, why are you sending me a picture of a child's penis? That's not a child's it's mine. It's like, well, it looks like a child's one. I don't know.
Yeah, that was the classic how to freak out
Actually,
guys.
The funniest response I've seen a woman reply was something about telling him that it's amazing what phone cameras can do with a micro lens. And I thought, oh, ow.
Noise.
The Big Sleep. Should I put it in well-known movies or not so well-known?
Sorry, what's in well-known, Charlie?
The Big Sleep, the one you were talking about.
Oh, well, it is a classic of the noir.
It's a classic, so yeah, I'll put it in well-known. Done. Sorry, continue on.
Okay, I just want to say, Heine, I can see I think have you got your audio on yet?
Yes, I do.
Ah, good.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's working.
Yes.
It's working.
I'm
You
just
just
sitting
have a
here.
look on your face as if I don't think I'm doing this right.
No, I'm still a bit not upset, but I'm just a bit because my microphone wouldn't work. But it does now, so it's fine. Yeah.
It's after 1 a.m.
That happens almost every single time you get on camera, Heine, by the way. It's
It was
always
just the
your
settings.
microphone.
I had to change the settings within StreamYard. That was everything else in Windows is right. Yep, it was StreamYard settings.
Yep.
Oh, I went through my old. I bought a slide scanner because I got loads of photos. So I thought, like, I'll go through the slides and you know that, and I found a whole bunch of pictures of me when I was young and thin. Do you want to see? I mean,
yeah.
Pre-transition, so you know, but it was me.
That's down to you if you're comfortable with it.
So this is when I was 17.
When I was
it a very good year?
It was a very
Hoodie T-shirt. It was the 90s, early.
This would have been when
I remember
Smells Like
that.
Teen Spirit came out.
It would have been 92.
Yeah, this would have been when Smells Like Teen Spirit came out. Okay, here's
Yeah, so that's me and a friend.
Yeah, that's when Blur came out.
Woohoo!
That's me and my mate. Like I say, I looked thin. And that's me and a Japanese friend I had visit.
Ooh, nice.
I mean, look at the size of my feet compared to my waist.
Look at the size of your pants.
And that's my mum. And it's like, I keep seeing my mum's face in me now.
Yeah, that's fair.
She's got the same, you know, because those pictures I've got of my mum are like 20 years ago. So
yeah,
she was 20 years older than me, sorry. So as a result, I'm now sort of like looking at photos and I see my mum's mouth.
Yeah, no, I get that.
You know, the weird one is the dysphoria. I see my mum in my dysphoria. Because when I get up and I like wash my hands or something, you know, and I look in the mirror and I see, you know, my face and it doesn't make me feel uncomfortable, you know. And so what I do is I end up sort of pursing my mouth like this, you know, like that. And that is the face my mum used to do when she was not impressed.
Yeah.
So I just get this, when I'm not impressed at myself, I see my mum being not impressed with myself either.
Can I ask how old you were when you had the chat with your parents or the chat with your mum about your, I guess you call it gender dysphoria?
When I was going to transition.
Yeah.
Yeah, or when you decided that you were a woman trapped in a man's body, that sort of conversation.
Yeah, it was December of 2018.
Okay.
I've heard this story a few times. That was really hard to hear. Yeah, go on.
It's coming up to 10 years ago now.
Sorry.
That's coming up to 10 years ago.
Yep, time marches on.
This story makes me so angry.
Yeah, my mum couldn't deal with it.
How a parent could treat her own daughter like that, just.
Yeah. The short version is my mum disowned me the day before Mother's Day because she, you know, because she didn't want me going down as me. Yeah. You know, all because I wanted to go down and visit her as a guy.
Yeah.
So yeah. The thing about it is it doesn't really hurt so much anymore. Because you know the fish was this big and it gets bigger every time you tell it. The opposite version of it. So
so that's good then. And I'm glad you've been able to vent the story out a few times with us then in that case.
Yeah, so when it you know, when I first
passed away
the confession and she disowned me, I had this kind of big hope, maybe she'll come around. And I made contact with her like a few months before she died. And in that conversation, I realized she's probably not going to come around. So
she didn't come any closer at all. Yeah.
No. Well, what she said to me, she said, you know, I tried sort of throwing out a lifeline kind of thing, you know, just a piece of string that might bring us together kind of territory, you know. And I said, I'm sorry we fought. And she went, it's too late. You left it too late. She was the one to disown me, but I'm the one that left it too late. And I gave her room so she couldn't just reject me all over again. And so, you know, anyway, so, you know, like I say, she's probably not going to come around.
Well, I mean, if anything, you girls, both you and Dr. Abigail here have taught me if my kids ever want to go that direction, they will have 150% support from me, no matter what, you know, like you've taught me a lot, you know. And if that's just one person, it means nothing, you know, in the long greater things. To me, it's meant heaps. So thank you for that, you know. Because seeing your journey, seeing your pain, seeing your anguish, you know, I would never dream of putting my kids through that.
I said, last year, because I met Sophie B. Hawkins, my favorite singer.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
And I told her, and I said, that like one of the last things I said to my mum was one of the lines of her song, "I hope you heal your heart." And my mum's response was, "My heart's fine." And I said, "Well, given what you've said, I don't think it is." And so I quickly told Sophie B. Hawkins this story, and she said, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry," and she gave me a big hug. And I said, "No," I said, don't be sorry for me. Really, if anybody lost out, it's my mum. She never got to see me happy and vibrant as I am. As much as this negative stuff is there, it doesn't define me. All the nice things is what defines me. And like the thing you said about like man trapped in a woman's body, well, I was always a woman, really, or a girl stroke woman. I just hid who I was to make everybody else happy.
Yeah, it's a really outdated phrase.
Yeah,
it is. Yeah.
It's the idea born in the wrong body is like shorthand. It's a quick throwaway line, but it doesn't have the gravitas of what it means.
Yeah, it's
I knew when I was approximately 8, that things weren't right.
But it's not a lived experience for Heine and I, so therefore we can't capture the essence of the strength of that phrase. We don't understand it well enough to be able to go, okay, sorry, we didn't explain it properly when we asked that question. You know what I mean? It still came from the right place, and it comes from genuine interest in wanting to know more,
The thing about it is, I've always approached things in a sort of like, are you being an arsehole? Because someone asking questions and not being ignorant about it, and ignorant, I don't mean that being arsehole territory, but, just like someone doesn't know, because that's what the word ignorant means. So you don't know. Well, you've got to learn somehow. And if it's learning through me or Abigail or anybody else, that's how we teach each other the realities of the world, kind of thing. But it comes down to, are you being an arsehole? Are you deliberately trying to be a jerk, or are you accidentally saying something? Because I'm not going to get offended by someone saying the wrong thing if they can can tell from how they're being that they're not meaning to be jerks or anything.
That's the thing. When someone's being an arsehole, they can phrase everything in really superficially polite ways.
Yeah.
But the undercurrent is they're a piece of shit. And one of my favorite examples of that was the horrible little goblin monster Ben Shapiro being on some panel thing, and there was a trans woman on there, and Ben Shapiro was being really gentle and rational and but kept using male pronouns for the woman on there. And at one point she leaned over and said, "Call me a man once more and I'll rip your fucking head off." And he goes, oh, do you see the unreason? And he's claiming that he's reasonable because he's using a calm tone while saying the most hateful things he could think of. And this woman just leaned over to him and said, "Keep it up, sunshine, and I'll rip your fucking head off." And you see? And it's like, no, you are not being reasonable and polite and respectable just because you're keeping an even tone of voice while you say the most hateful shit possible. You are a little garbage troll and someone needs to fucking stomp on your head. And it's just like, God damn it. Also, I'm really tired. I know it's like 1:30. I don't know how everyone else is going. Taking a poll. Do we want to keep going with the chat? Because it's good chat. It's definitely good chat.
If you're tired, I don't want to keep you up because then you're going to feel shit tomorrow.
Well, the good thing is you can turn off the stream and we can continue to chat.
Can you?
Yeah.
I mean, because I'll do it.
Obviously,
Really?
the only negative problem is if someone else joined.
Oh, I do remember that. Yeah, but what's the chances, honestly?
We can't do it anymore with the outro auto playing.
Outro autoplay. Yeah, look, you know what?
It might stop it, I guess.
Yeah,
What we
it
can
does.
see.
StreamYard keeps changing how it works as well. So I don't know.
Look, there's always
Okay.
Discord if people want to take it
Yeah, I was
there.
just going to
Yes,
say we
there is
can all just dip
Discord.
over to
You can
Discord
ask
and
party
chat.
thing.
Yeah.
I'm kind of tired, and I think if I knock off now, I'll still be functional on Saturday. So
Can I leave with one tiny last thing? I've got one more picture to share, and it's
Yes.
another picture that I found, and it's really lovely stuff because I found a picture of my old cat that's long since been gone, but it's such a lovely shot.
And that is a lovely picture.
Yeah, that was Pounce.
Nice. Ginger cats. Nice. All right. I am legit. I'm going to bed, so you'll keep looking after yourself.
Good night.
I'm
Yep.
doing a date
Bye-bye.
night
See
on
you over in
Saturday
Discord
night.
if you want, guys. Yeah.
I'm going to
I'll go
Probably
to Discord.
Probably
Yeah.
doing a Sunday night stream. If this cuts out, you can all go on Discord or whatevs. But to the world at large, take care. See you another time. Bye for now.
Bye.
You are totally